I'd like to call the council meeting of September 19th, 2023 to order. And I'll ask our clerk to please take attendance.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Here.
Councilmember Hughes.
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Here.
Mayor Risto.
Here. Okay, thank you. And at this point, we usually have a member of our community, a youth, come up and do the Pledge of Allegiance, but they were not able to make it tonight, so I'll channel my inner child and my patriot and lead the pledge. So we'll have everybody stand, please. Excuse me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I don't need any applause, and I don't get a present. That's right. You didn't get to find out what my favorite animal or my favorite subject were. Anyway, I'll just remind everyone, we're no longer rolling our video of decorum and civility, but I think we all know how to behave. And when it's your time to speak, you've got a time limit. When the time is up, you can finish the shortest part of your sentence, and then the microphone will go off and the camera will come off of you. We'll treat each other with respect, and when it's time to speak on a topic, please keep it on the relevant topic. Thank you. With that, I'll move to council matters, and I will turn to Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I've had a few meetings since our last council meeting. On September 7th, I had a meeting with members of the Foundation for Older Adults. And then the following week, I participated in a democracy tent meeting focused on housing on the 11th. And then again participated in the study session with the Planning Commission on the 12th. Then very interesting meeting on the 14th. I participated in the Cal City's Legislative Action Committee meeting, and we reviewed all of the items that were supported by the committee and by Cal Cities, and almost all of them have passed, and they are a range of subjects from wildfire to other things. But there was one thing that was really an interesting development, and that has to do with the ability of local municipalities to put a tax on the ballot. And there has been different thresholds for different types of taxes. And it looks like the governor signed a measure that will go on the March ballot that will essentially raise the limit to 60 or 65% in order to vote on future measures relating to the limits for taxation. And that will come on the ballot in November of next year. And so if it passes in March, then it will be more difficult to take away the ability of local municipalities to raise certain kinds of taxes that they currently are able to do today to prevent that. So it was a little complicated, but I think it was some steps for local rule that were welcome. Really good committee, and a lot for me to learn on that committee, and I hope to have more reports on other matters, particularly relating to wildfire safety with that committee and that group. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I will turn to Council Member Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. On 9/11, I met with the Silicon Valley Clean Energy CEO to go over the upcoming board items and then board meeting items. And then later in that same day, the CEO search committee met. If you recall, he is planning to retire, and I'm on the committee to find our new CEO. On 9/12, I met with Jim Foley to get an update on possible uses coming forward for our 2 unused museum sites, and we also discussed other possible development projects in town that we don't yet have applications for. On 9/13, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met. Staff provided us an update on the 2022 greenhouse gas emissions inventory. The board also approved the strategic focus areas to establish priorities for the year ahead, and we adopted our 2023 to 2024 budget. And a little more detail on greenhouse gas inventory at a high level anyway. Each year, Silicon Valley Clean Energy measures energy and transportation emissions in its service territory to track progress towards our agency's adopted greenhouse gas reduction goals. For 2022, Silicon Valley Clean Energy saw a 23% reduction compared to 2015 levels, and the inventory showed a return of transportation emissions near pre-pandemic levels, unfortunately, but not surprising. And a little more on the strategic focus areas for the fiscal year coming are to expand clean and reliable grid actions, expand customer base and interactions, accelerate building and transportation electrification, implement innovative financing solutions for our agency, and attract and retain employees. Moving on, 9/14, I chaired the VTA's Policy Advisory Committee. Nothing too exciting to report there. I also attended the Cities Association Board while Mr. Hughes attended the Legislative Action Committee. At the board meeting, we did get an update from the Planning Collaborative on work they've been doing on an ADU, I'm going to call it ins and outs brochure. There was also a lot of discussion around the formation of a Cities Association JPA. The result was there was a motion to make slight changes to the JPA wording that we had then and then have it sent to the city councils for comments and ultimately approval. So that'll need to be on our agenda in the future as it comes back from Cities Association. And I'd say also in 9/17, I met with Josh Becker, who's going to be our new senator as the lines have been redrawn. I met him at a campaign event of his. I and a member of our HEB and the mayor of Saratoga pressed him on our broken HCD housing element process that has prevented us, Saratoga, and many others from getting a certified housing element through HCD. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, Senator Becker has heard from me quite a bit as well. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to begin tonight by wishing all of our Jewish community members a Happy New Year for Rosh Hashanah and an easy fast ahead of Yom Kippur. As Councilmember Rennie just said, I hosted the event for Senator Josh Becker in my backyard, and it was really great to have him meet about 50 Los Gatans. And so for those not aware, due to redistricting, we used to be, we're currently represented by Senator Dave Cortese in the 10th Senate District. And so assuming that the same senator who is currently representing Senate District 13 is reelected, Senator Josh Becker, he will be our new senator. Los Gatos, along with Campbell, Cupertino, Monte Sereno, and Saratoga will now be in that new Senate district. So that's a little bit of a change, but Senator Becker seems very excited about the prospect of representing Los Gatos. I hosted my councilmember community coffee, had a full roster of folks to talk with, and so we talked about artificial turf fields, water issues related to San Jose water and Valley water, traffic safety, and how to take better care of our food insecure community members. Really productive as always. My next will be Friday, October 13th, beginning at 8 a.m. at Cafe Dio. I was fortunate to spend an afternoon with the Santa Clara County Fire Department doing a tour of a lot of different aspects of the department. So I had the opportunity to sit down with Chief Suwana Kurdcow and Assistant Chief Brian Glass to talk about the partnership with the town of Los Gatos and all the work that they do. Toured the headquarters and went on a ride along with Battalion Chief Bill Murphy, who represents Los Gatos, along with a few other adjacent fire stations. And so I learned a number of things, and I think there's a number of things that I think are interesting that I didn't know before I was in this role. So one of the things that I didn't know maybe a few years ago is that Los Gatos doesn't have its own fire department. We have the Santa Clara County Fire Department, which has 7 cities in it. It represents about a little more than 200,000 people. And so, so Santa Clara County Fire Department is Los Gatos' fire department. However, the fire stations, I visited 2 of them with the crews, and the fire stations feel very much like Los Gatos fire stations, and the firefighters feel that way as well, so that's nice. Most fires in our fire district most calls for the Santa Clara County Fire Department are not fires, not even close. About 60 to 80% are medical. The 2 most common calls I heard anecdotally from our firefighters were car crashes, specifically on Highway 17, so be safe going over the hill, and falls, especially among older adults. So those are things to be careful for. And finally, Los Gatos has 3 fire stations within city limits on Winchester, University, and Shannon, as well as the administrative headquarters for the whole department, a new fire fuels crew in Visona, and the newest Santa Clara County Fire Station is in Redwood Estates, which is not in the town of Los Gatos, but is in unincorporated Los Gatos off of Highway 17, and that was specifically put there because the Santa Clara County Fire Department is responsible for all structure fires going up to the Santa Cruz County line, so very interesting. A few other quick things. I attended the State of the City addresses for Saratoga and Campbell. Saratoga Mayor Cookie Fitzsimmons chose to have her State of the City at Wildwood Park in Saratoga, and I'd never been to a State of the City like that. It was a really, really nice way to do it. There was a movie, and it was a lot of fun. Attended a presentation from the Jewish Democratic Club of Silicon Valley. Went to the Art and Wine Festival, attended a West Valley Sanitation District meeting, which was 15 minutes, and I don't think that we will make it through our meeting that quick this evening, and then had a variety of meetings with various community members, the Chief of Staff of West Valley Mission Community College, a lot of good folks.
Thank you. Lots of information. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. On September 7th, I participated in a meeting of the West Valley Clean Water Authority Board. We accepted the consultant's recommendation not to proceed with increasing stormwater fees at this time. Later in that same evening, I participated in a meeting of the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority Board, and we received a report from Joint Venture Silicon Valley about the Santa Clara County Edible Food Recovery Program. On September 11th, I attended a meeting at the Democracy Tent on housing. And on September 18th, I met with Jesse Bristow of Swenson Builders, representing the Winchester Memory Care and Assisted Living Facility, which is item number 10 under appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, I'll just look. I also attended the State of the City in Saratoga and Campbell, and it seems like in the last few years, other cities are starting to invite electeds to their State of the City. So I actually did my State of the Town at Spring and Green. It was pretty low key, and we did not invite people from other cities, but it's a great opportunity to see what's happening in other municipalities and to have casual time with other electeds. So those are both quite enjoyable, and it's good to hear what's happening in our nearby neighbors. On the 10th of September, the Veterans Memorial Foundation held a 9/11 remembrance. And this year, the theme was primarily centered on the heroism of our local Los Gatos High School alumni, Mark Bingham and Todd Beamer. And I was honored to give a speech there reflecting on what it meant and what our community values were. It was a beautiful event, and I think based on last year when their event went over 3 hours, they scaled it back to about 1 hour and 15 minutes, and it was exactly perfect. And so I think anyone who was scared away last year, come next year. It's really an incredible experience at our beautiful memorial. I attended the West Valley Service Providers meeting. That's a quarterly meeting that's put together with a variety of service providers in our area that serve our community. The speakers there came from CADRE, which is Collaborating Agency Disaster Relief Effort, talking about all the different groups that are pulled together in a disaster and how they coordinate that. And Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Navigator Program, which I know has been mentioned, but it is really a wonderful thing. We do have a behavioral health counselor available in the Los Gatos Library every Tuesday from 1 to 4 p.m. And so this is an opportunity if people need services to speak to someone face-to-face. The SASSY Health Fair is scheduled for October 21st. It'll be at the Saratoga Senior Center from 10 to 3. I'm sure you'll hear more about that, but put that on your calendar. On the 13th, I was honored to attend the Lions Club lunch and present them with a proclamation for their White Cane Days. So in the month of October, the Lions will be collecting donations financially and of glasses, used eyeglasses, to benefit people that are sight impaired. This is their annual event. And on the 15th, the night before the Fiesta de Arts, I was invited to give a mayor's welcome at the Kiwanis Club's 100th anniversary. So they're the oldest international service group in Los Gatos, and they also have merged with, I guess Almaden Kiwanis has merged with them and come over, but it was a really nice launch before the Fiesta de Arts that it felt like half of Los Gatos attended this weekend. I also attended the Los Gatos Music and Arts Gala, which was benefiting musical education for youth. And, yesterday, it was the second year in a row doing it because our former mayor was busy last year. I met with Mrs. Kearney's third grade class at Lexington School. They had a lot of questions about local government. And I have to say, when you meet with a class full of really bright, inquisitive 8-year-olds, it really makes you think a lot. It was really fun. And they have lots of good questions, and I gave out my cards, and I'm receiving text messages and emails, so I think the conversation will continue. And then finally, today, and then last night I also attended the Plant-Based Advocate talk. Our library has so many programs at any given time, but one of the outcomes of a lot of advocacy work by plant-based advocates a few years ago is we do have programming there about the benefits of a plant-based diet. And there was a great turnout, wonderful conversation. And I encourage people to look for those and all the other talks we have in the library. And then finally today I attended our town's health fair where I got my flu shot. But I also got to see our town employees, on their lunchtime, eat with them, and see all the great services we have available to our town employees and also by our town employees. So that was a really great way to head into today. So I'll turn to our town manager for manager matters.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. On Friday, we are doing Screen on the Green here at the Civic Center lawn. Showtime is at 7 p.m., but we do have activities starting as early as 6:30. So please join us. Free movie. Bring your picnic blankets. Visit a Los Gatos business and bring in some food and something to enjoy. So please join us on Friday. And then next week on September 28th, our Housing Element Advisory Board will be meeting to talk about the next revision of the Housing Element and all of our responses to the comments from the state. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will move to our consent calendar. We have 8 items on the consent calendar. These are typically, they all have reports with them, but they're typically things that are non-controversial and can be passed through. Because this is our practice, if there's any members of the public who would like to speak on the consent calendar, any of the items or all of them, and I do not have a card for that. I do not see any hands raised on Zoom. So I'll close the public comment for this item for the consent calendar. Okay, so I'll close public comment on the consent calendar and turn to Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I think we have 9 items on the consent calendar if we turn the page over. So that being said, unless I see a hand up by another council member, or if I'm wrong, you could correct me.
I'll take a quick look. We have items 1 through 8. Item 9 is under other business, and that is actually a hearing. It's just a requirement by CalPERS.
Sorry? Okay, I did not get the online update, so thank you for that.
Okay, so items 1 through 8 are what we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and would you like to make a motion?
Councilmember Rennie has his hand up. If he wants to make a comment, otherwise I would make a motion.
It's really a question. So I know I saw something about an addendum, but I don't have the online version either. I have 9 items. So did we remove what was number 8 because CalPERS says not to rescind it, or did we change number 8? I want to be clear what we're voting on here.
Both number 8, I'll let the town manager speak to it, but number 8 and number 9 have to do with resolution for public employees, but number 9 had to come back as a public hearing. So
That's correct. So we did issue an amended agenda, and I thought and I'm pretty sure we did distribute the amended agenda to the council on Friday. With us is Assistant Town Manager Katie Nomura, who's been working with CalPERS on both of these items, so she can clarify what is where on the agenda and why. Thank you.
Yes, so prior to the amended agenda, there was I believe an item number 8 that was regarding Sean Rose, and that's now an action item number 9. That's why it was moved from consent to an action item. So that's why there are only 8 remaining consent items.
So if I understand, what used to be 9 is now 8, and what used to be 8 is now 9 on regular. Okay, I got
Correct.
it. Thank you.
thank you for that. Okay, so now that those of us who didn't pick up the amended agenda are up to speed, I'll go back to the vice mayor because you said you were ready to make a motion after Councilmember Rennie's comment.
I was, and I'm going to hope I get it right because I was just looking at an iPad that I couldn't see very well. So I make the motion to approve all of our consent items.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 1 through 8 on the presently amended agenda. Councilmember Hughes.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Not seeing any comments forthcoming. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. With that, we will move to verbal communications. So this is the portion of the meeting where any member of the public may speak to the council on any item that is not on tonight's agenda, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on. We'll ask you to restrict it to items that are actionable or under the purview of what the council does. And as I look at Zoom, which I'll do after this, I have no hands raised that I can see. These are all verbal. All right, so I'll start with Claire Wilson. Come forward, introduce yourself, and once you start speaking, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Claire Wilson, and I live at 135 West Main Street, which is a set of condominiums on the 2nd floor of a mixed-use building on the corner of Montebello Way and West Main Street. Some people are unaware that there are 6 condominiums on the 2nd floor there. The reason we're coming today is that we have a high level of frustration about the parking. I know this is a favorite topic, but the condominiums are owned, as it turns out, all by senior citizens. We have for many years had formal parking permits in the Boardwalk residential parking district. This is a long ways from our front door, which is next door to the Posh Bagel. But in the past, until recently, we've made it work because there's on-street parking, and although you might think it's all restricted and enforced if you're there too long, when you live there, you make it work for you. You know, you just make it work for you. And so we've been able to happily and successfully live there. Well, over the last few years, we've seen more and more on-street parking completely disappear, mainly to parklets that are given to the businesses. And it's coming to the point now where we never can find a parking place near our front door to unload our groceries or our Costco run or the files we brought from our storage area or whatever. And so we don't have the flexibility that we used to have. It's a long way to walk from Broadway to our front door. And we've been working for the last few years with the police department in charge of parking, and they have been unresponsive. We've written a parking proposal that was never responded to. So we were told eventually, if we don't get a response, our only recourse is to come to the town council. All we're asking for is a small parking district of 6 parking spaces reserved for us, somewhere nearer to our homes. It actually is dangerous at this point to be walking in the dark from Broadway to our house by yourself at night, which I do because I'm a musician and I'm out late a lot. Anyway, it's much more detailed than that, but we are extremely desperate and are asking any kind of support we can get from you as to a direction to turn. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hold on. Does anyone have a question? We have questions for you. I have one, but I'll go to Councilmember Hughes.
My question's for staff about this. Is that permitted now?
I would recommend we hear all the public comment, and then we can address public comment after.
Right. So let's hold the question.
Okay,
I do have a question for you. So are you an original owner of this condo?
I personally, so these condominiums were developed after the 1989 earthquake, and so they've been there 30 years. I've owned one of them for 5 years.
Okay.
And it's been great. We love living there, and it's worked with us to have on-street parking.
Right. I'm sorry. So my question is, did you have an assigned parking space when you bought the condo?
No.
At all? There's not even one?
No.
Okay.
We've always
Okay.
just had the Broadway
Okay.
general.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Our next speaker is Theodore Chin.
Hi. I want to say thank you for serving the town. You guys are incredible to the reason why we live here and we love living here. I was at a church meeting last week and I told them I was going to talk to you about parking. And they said, on behalf of the church, say hello to everybody. We love you. So that's what I have to say. Second thing, I've been in the condo that at 135 Main Street. In the first couple of years, it was terrific. We could park. But now, in the last year and a half, we lost 21 spaces on West Main and Montebello to restaurants. And we have nothing to speak, no place to park. And all we want to do is ask you, can we together find a solution where we get 6 spots? That's all. Any questions? Oh, one other thing.
You have a little more
It's
time?
a side note, but my son told me to raise it. 4 years ago, I was carjacked. Broad daylight. Guy comes into opens my car door, throws me out of the car. I just drove in. He said, I'm carjacking your car. I fell to the ground. He jumped in the car. I panicked. And then I said to myself, hey, do something about it. So he slammed the door. He was going to drive off. I ran to the corner of Main Street, and I asked these drivers, I said, I'm being carjacked. Cover the son of a bitch. That's what I said. Cover the son of a bitch. Back him. He couldn't get out. Incredible. And then I called the police, and they came right up from the police station. They were there in 2 minutes. They apprehended the guy. In the end, he got 8 years of jail time. That's my background. So my sons are worried that if I come home from visiting them with the grandchildren at night, say 8, 9 o'clock, not late, I'm scared to death. I just want you to be sensitive to the fact. I'm sensitive to the fact that I'm scared to death. I don't want to be scared. If you could do anything about the parking, it'd be incredibly helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chin. I think the carjacker should be afraid of you, but let's not have a rerun. Okay, and I don't mean to mean light of a very serious situation. Our next speaker is Richard Kelso.
Hi, I'm Rich Kelso. I'm talking about the same thing as the prior two people. We live in these condominiums that are really lovely, but it's gone downhill in the last 5 years for us. We used to be able to look down and see where we parked our car. Somebody wants to smash and grab. I'm a photographer. And now we're parked several blocks away, up Broadway. Somebody wants to smash the car. We park in front of the big houses, millionaires. Meanwhile, people park in front of our house, and we're millionaires. You have to be a millionaire to have a condo there, and I got 3 of them. The situation since we moved in, what we bought is no longer there. The town, the people are there, the dogs are there, the people are friendly, the activities, but we have to park way far away, and I'm 76. Seems like I get a day older every day. I'm doing fine. I'm amazed how many of my friends and relatives have passed. And I worry that at any time in life, for anybody, you could step the wrong way off the porch and you are never the same. But the likelihood of that happening is far greater now than when I was 16. And to get stuff from Broadway through the park, especially at nighttime, there's a lot of strange people out there sometimes yelling and screaming. The cops come and get them. We need something a little better for our parking than that district. What I recommend is right to our right, when we look out our window, we see Chicago Pizza, which is unfortunately gone. But that parking lot there, right at the end, there could be, you could make 6 spots there that are reserved for us. And we use them all the time. That would work because we can't park in front, can't park down the way. We drive around in circles trying to go up Broadway and hope that we can make it back. So at any rate, I hope you guys can do something for us. It's the right thing to do. Otherwise, I'll come talk to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for coming to us. Our next speaker is Maxim Zarzetsky. Oh, I'm sorry. It says verbal communication. Okay. What item is it for? 10? Okay. Thank you. My next speaker is Lindley, and then right now I have 1 speaker on Zoom, but I'll finish the room first.
I come in the name of the Lord and bring good news. Forgiveness and eternal life are a gift of God's grace. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Vayomer Elohim Ihor, Vayior. This book which I have in my hands cannot be judged by its cover, but holds the secrets to a good life. Fear not, the end is near, and this is good. What is written is coming to fruition, so put on the full armor of God, for our struggles are not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers of this dark world. The signs and seasons are in front of us. This year is the Golden Jubilee. Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, has ended, and Yom Kippur, the holiest day in Judaism, is ahead of us. And in between, we are called to repent for our sins. which in California are many. Those who govern us and think they are gods pray to their own creations and deceive us with their lies, for the Bible tells us that men are not to mimic women and women are not to mimic men. And men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, and unholy. As in Sodom goes California. And the Lord said, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Jesus said, everyone who exalts himself will be humbled, and everyone who humbles himself will be exalted. Today, we who speak out for the glory of God are persecuted by the wicked, and our livelihoods have been taken from us by those who are employed to govern and protect us. They try to kill our spirit, but cannot. Jesus said, blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And as we have been born the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither does corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I shew you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. Let's pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. That was my last card here. My next, okay, where did my Zoom list go? Come on. Looks like the hand went down. Okay, so I do not have a speaker on Zoom. All right, with that, I will close public comment, and if we have questions or comments for staff, Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I had really two questions. One about the parklets and the parklets that are going in on Montebello Way. It looks like those parklets are removing twice as many parking spaces as the other parklets because of the diagonal, and the parklets are look like at least double the size. My question is, are those parklets on Montebello Way consistent with our parklet design that we have?
Yes, they are consistent with the design.
And was there consideration made to having those parklets be the same as all the other parklets and put in parallel parking spaces in the remaining space on those? Was that something that was considered?
No, we were working with the existing diagonal parking.
And have we done diagonal parking parklets anywhere else?
I don't believe so. I think this was our first location. And I'm happy to do a manager's update to the council on the status of the parklets if that's of interest to the council.
Yes, it would be, particularly, it looks like those are double the size. I was surprised when I voted for the parklets that they would be double the size. The other question about it is, with the parklets, we were meant to have wayfinding to parking spaces that are available. When we made the motion to do the parklets back in 2021, I think, the intention was to have that wayfinding be done at the same time as the parklets. I haven't seen any wayfinding, any static signs for wayfinding, and certainly I haven't seen any progress on electronic wayfinding that would help people find available parking in our other spaces. Why is it that we've gotten so far out front on the parklets and not kept pace with the wayfinding.
As we reported when the council had a full agenda item regarding parking, we are close to going out for bid for the wayfinding, so that is underway. We have a lot of capital projects that we're bidding, including a road repair in a very precarious location, so we're moving as quickly as we can with all of the council's priorities. In addition, the council gave us deadlines for the completion of the parklets, and so those are the deadlines that our business owners are trying to adhere to. So the parklets funding has been allocated per council direction with the timelines that council has approved, and so that's why we're on the schedule that we're on.
Thank you.
I have a question, and that is, as staff looks at this, I don't know. I mean, it was a while ago. I remember when these condos went in above the former La Boulangère. I'm not sure what decision was made that parking permits would be given to those residents on Broadway. I don't know if there were nearer places that were considered, or if that is possible, or what other options there are. But as staff looks into this, I would just be curious to see what other options there are. Given I live on Broadway, I know how far that is from there, and I don't know what the mechanism is. The other thing is, because we did approve to have a permanent parking director, because a lot of the issues with our parking program have been just part of one person's job, part of another. Now that it'll be under one person, I hope that things like this can be rolled in and considered when we've got someone to do that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments for staff on verbal communication? Okay, with that, I will close this item, and we will move to item 9. So we'll go to Assistant Manager Nomura for item 9, which was formerly item 8, which is now item 9.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. So this item before you is to adopt an amended resolution for CalPERS regarding waiving the 180-day retiree rehire wait period for Sean Rose, who is serving as our temporary capital projects manager in the Parks and Public Works Department. And so this amendment was just necessitated after CalPERS review, and they asked us to be more specific in terms of which classification the job duties align with. And so we've made that correction in the attached amendment. And just to point out, we did do an amended agenda to remove the part of the motion that regards rescinding the prior. And so it's just, the action today is just to adopt the amended resolution. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions right now? Okay, I'll open public comment on this item. I have no cards for this item, and I do not see any hands raised on Zoom. So I'll assume the public is happy with it the way it is. Close public comment and turn to my council members for questions, comments, or a motion. Vice Mayor.
This appears to be administrative in nature, so I'm going to go ahead with a motion that we rescind Resolution 2023-046 and adopt an amended resolution for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period and to appoint Sean Rose as the temporary capital projects manager in the Parks and Public Works Department per attachment 1.
I'm so sorry, Vice Mayor. Thank you for your motion. We really do need to get you an amended agenda because we are no longer rescinding. It's attachment 4 that we're asking for council to approve, and maybe let us give you the correct language. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so Councilmember Badami is not, she's technically challenged, as you can see. I do paper, so I don't have online amendments. But anyway, here we go again. I move to adopt an amended resolution per attachment 4 for the California Public Employees Retirement System retirement plan to waive the 180-day retiree rehire wait period, and to appoint Sean Rose as a temporary capital projects manager in the Parks and Public Works Department.
Second time's the charm. Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No one opposed. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and hopefully this is completely done now. These things with CalPERS get very technical. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 10, and we have our planning manager, Jennifer Armour. I'll let her get settled and then have her report to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you this evening is an appeal of a Planning Commission approval of a new assisted living facility at the corner of Winchester Boulevard and Shelburne Way. The approved project includes demolition of the existing buildings, conditional use permit for the use, variance for the 35-foot maximum height and 40% maximum lot coverage, merger of 4 lots into one, and removal of large protected trees. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration have been prepared. The approved project would create a new 3-story assisted living and memory care facility consisting of 107 assisted living units and 18 memory care units, with 54 parking spaces, mostly below grade, parking garage off of Shelburne Way. For this project, a story pole exception was granted by Town Council, requiring larger signage and a video simulation. The project complies with zoning, with the exception of the 2 variants requested for height up to 50 feet in certain locations and lot coverage of 50%. Town's consulting architect reviewed and was in support of the building design with no recommended changes. Some of you will remember a previous office project approved on the site in 2017. The proposed project takes into consideration the feedback and conditions that were applied to that project, as well as feedback received from the CDAC meeting in 2020 in the design of this project. In addition, the applicant worked with staff to provide required information and modify the proposal to address staff comments and reduce the extent of the variance requested for height. On August 9th of 2023, the Planning Commission considered the proposed project and proposed with 2 additional conditions. The written staff report gives the specific findings required for granting of an appeal. Either there was an error or abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission, or the Planning Commission decision was not supported by substantial evidence in the record. Additional materials were provided as received from the applicant, appellant, and members of the public, and provided with addendum and desk item reports. We have town staff and the town's environmental consultant available to support you in your discussion. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. I'll go to Councilmember Hughes and then Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about what is considered living units, and will any of the units be considered living units and counted toward low income or affordable in RENA?
Thank you for that question. It is our understanding that the 107 assisted living units would count towards the town's RENA allocation, whereas the 18 memory care units, because they are not independently living, do not have cooking facilities, kitchen facilities, would not count towards that RENA.
Well, I asked about low income because it's easy to get market rate housing built anywhere. Will any of these units count toward the affordable housing that we need to provide under RENA?
These units would not be restricted to low-income residents, as it is considered a commercial project, and therefore our below-market program does not apply.
And through the mayor, if I can just follow on real quick. So this mic sounds really funny, or I sound really funny. One or the other. The units will be counted Councilmember Hughes as above moderate units. They will not be affordable units from a RHNA perspective.
Thank you. Okay, continue.
Just so related to that, how is this the same or different than the 420 Blossom Hill Road facility? Are any of those units counted toward low income or affordable housing?
Thank you for that question. The 78 assisted living units for that project were counted as units towards the town's RHNA in the last cycle, but none were listed in the affordability levels, the lower affordability levels. They were also considered above mod.
So just one quick follow-up. Do we have difficulty in getting above market housing produced in town?
The town is working to meet its RHNA. It does include above mod, number of units at the above mod level. And so that is a portion of the RHNA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a question about the reasons for the appeal. So it seems like a lot of the reasons listed in the appeal were based on findings from the Planning Commission made. And so I wanted to clarify, in the staff report, it seems like I have the answer here, but in staff's opinion, did the Planning Commission accurately consider and make all required findings in their decision?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions before we move to the hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will move to, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, sorry. I had one follow-up on the below market, and I'm really a little confused. We say this is commercial, but we say that they're residential units. And therefore, because it's commercial, they don't have to comply with our below market housing requirements. This doesn't make sense to me. What possible reason would we say that this is, if the predominance of these are living units, that it's not considered residential? And then is there any way that that could have been fixed so that that zoning would be residential and we could get below market?
So the HCD defines a residential unit using the description that's from the U.S. Census, and the U.S. Census describes a residential unit as a unit where there's independent living and eating facilities. And so that's why these are counted as residential units for purposes of RHNA. And then as for the reason why it's a commercial enterprise, I might need to defer to planning, but I'll defer to you.
Well, I can start. It is, the senior living facility, that is something that we've been considering as a facility rather than multifamily housing based on the character of it. It may be that, that the director may have something more to add to that. No.
I'll just add that I'm still confused, and I don't understand how a facility with 107 living units is not considered residential. I just haven't gotten an answer to that, so I'll just leave it with that.
Vice Mayor.
Following up on Council Moore's question, was the decision by the Planning Commission unanimous in making all the required findings? Because I believe there were at least 2 planning commissioners that could not make the required findings. Am I correct in what I read?
Thank you for your question. The decision of the Planning Commission was not unanimous. There were 2 planning commissioners who voted against the approval.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions before we move to the hearing? I guess I have one question. You know, I know that over the years with assisted living facilities. They are a business. Where does the definition come from, whether it's commercial or residential? Is that a state definition? Is that a town definition? Would another community actually call this residential?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I have not researched that, so I do not know how it compares to other agencies. However, because of the character, it is a business. Because of the character, while it does involve a location for people to live, there are a number of other uses similar to that. An older term, but that is still in our code, is convalescent home, for example, that is considered a business rather than a residential use. And it's reflected in what zones it's allowed in through the conditional use permit process.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to move to the hearing. So we'll start with the appellant. So the appellant will come forward and you will have 5 minutes to speak to us. And that will be followed by 5 minutes from our applicant, and then we'll go to public comment. So if you can state your name and...
Good evening. My name is Eric Hulser. I'm an engineering director at Rivian Automotive and one of the 2 closest homeowners neighboring this property. When we purchased our home in 2019, we did so in full awareness of the previously approved office building. This development, though, is not an acceptable alternative, and I urge the council to deny the requested variances, as I do not believe that one can make the findings to justify them. If you refer to slide 3, pursuant to town code, there's not evidence of special circumstances applicable to the property because 1, the previously approved development did not require any variances, and 2, the neighboring property to our south, also a residential multifamily building, meets the limits while dealing with similar topography. As such, granting these variances would constitute special privileges to the applicant, privileges not afforded to the assisted living facility being constructed at 400 Blossom Hill. I'm not alone in this opinion, as town staff was unable to make these findings and recommended denial of the development to the Planning Commission. On slide 5, you can see the the difference of the height impact between the previous development and the current one. The previous project had a considerably lower profile and met zoning limits. On slide 6, I offer further evidence as the applicant engaged Cushman and Wakefield to complete a market study in which they state the site contains a gentle slope and does not raise any abnormal conditions in the site that would indicate topographical justification for a variance. On slide 10, I reference that while this property is zoned office, the conditional use permit puts this development more in line with the residential multifamily zone. If you could please go to slide 10. So it's clearly possible that an office building can be developed on the property without variances. So if this building type is the grounds for a special privilege, then I also want to note that the usage should actually be subject to even stricter requirements. On the next slide, you can see for a building such as this, normally the height limit is actually 30 feet, unless over cellar parking. And on slide 12, I refer to the fact that setbacks are greater to ensure safety and privacy for both occupants and neighbors, neither of whom are considered in this development. I reference this to highlight just how far beyond the limit these variance requests are for, in addition to the fact that they are not justifiable in the first place. Slide 14 reflects the mass and size of this project, which are generally understated in the applicant's submitted plans. The building will be as tall as 50 feet high. It will have over 81,000 square feet and use 10% more lot coverage than permissible. This is 42% above the height limit and 271% larger than the previous development, which was 30,000 feet. Contributing to this understated size, if you refer to slide 17, the plans submitted by the applicant do not regularly or accurately reflect the variance area and as such are misleading. The highlighted variance area on this slide is using the natural grade at the property's edge to slice through the whole building rather than the lower of the finished or natural grade at every point as is required. And other views in the submitted plans do not highlight the variance area at all. In fact, the majority of the buildings for this project are above the height limit as shown on slides 19 and on slide 20. When measured properly from the finished grade, you can see that in these images how much of the project is above the limit. There's nothing about the site itself that is causing this. It's simply the design that's the problem. To get more community sentiment, on September 11, we created a digital survey and shared it publicly on Nextdoor to raise awareness and gather feedback from the community. I believe Brian Mekachuk will use his time to touch upon this more, but starting on slide 22, I provide a summary of the responses. Of the 78 people who completed the survey, only 14% support the project without restriction, and over 80% oppose the height and lot variances. Overall, the project does not meet the zoning requirements, and it is not due to the site itself, nor does it have strong community support. Simply put, I don't see how one can make the required findings to approve this development without constituting special privileges, and I urge the council to vote to deny these requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the appellant at the moment? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for being here. I assume I have never gone through it, but I assume the appeals process is not an easy one. You wrote a lot. I appreciate that. If this project were not the project and this developer or a different developer came forward with something else, what would you want that to be?
We were asked something similar at the Planning Commission. It's kind of hard to just give it a green field, but as I stated, when I bought my home in 2019, I knew there was going to be a project built there. I bought it knowing that the office building had been approved and knowing what the zoning requirements were. I accepted that. All I'm really asking for is that the building adhere to the zoning requirements and not be granted any special privileges.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. With regard to the difference in the height that you've calculated, have you had any discussions with town staff about your calculations of the building height versus what's in the plans?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask later.
Thank you. I was going to ask, I should know this, I looked at it, but because you showed a view from across the street of the difference in height between the former office building, which isn't being built, and this proposed one, do you live across the street? Is this the view that you were looking at?
No, ma'am. Actually, I live right next to it, so the view that's cross-cutting, we are the neighbors directly next to that building.
Okay, thank you. And then the other was, I do appreciate all of what you've presented, but the other thing that surprised me was in the list of concerns, you said 83% of people had traffic concerns, and my understanding is this will generate quite a bit fewer peak trips, morning and evening, than the previously approved project. So is traffic one of the concerns you're bringing up in here?
Well, we were just highlighting the survey results in general. Traffic is a large concern, and just anything that is this size will generate a lot of traffic. So if you were to build an assisted living facility that met the zoning requirements, you would actually reduce the amount of traffic considerably more than what the previous project would have been as well. So it would help the community's confidence in the project.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for our appellant at the moment? All right, thank you. We'll be back to you at the end. Next, we'll bring up the applicant, Jesse Bristow. You and your team, if anyone else is going to speak, has a total of 5 minutes. So if we have, afterwards we'll get all of your names, but you have to share 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jesse Bristow with Swenson Builders. Along with me is David Meads. He's our Senior VP of Architecture. And if you have any technical questions, he's here to answer. I do want to say thank you for your time this evening. I apologize. I have to speak quickly because we only have 5 minutes. And I also want to acknowledge staff. We really appreciate their help in getting us here today. Next slide, please. So I just want to, as you know, in 2020, when we first started this project, we reached out to town council at the time. We reached out to the University Oaks neighbors, and we did go to the CDAC, and we presented the question of, hey, would you prefer an apartment building, mixed-use apartment building, or a senior care facility, assisted living facility? And the consensus was go for the assisted living facility. That's the preferred use. The residents of University Oaks, including the appellant, expressed like, hey, we do not want to live next to an apartment building, so we would prefer the senior care facility. And that's the direction we took. So we were deemed complete in July 2022, and as you know, we were approved last month in August 2023. Next slide, please. So just to demonstrate, originally, as you can see, there's 3 wings to the building, and we did try to break up the massing. And this is the Winchester frontage. And so the most southern wing next to the University Oaks neighbors, it's 2 stories. And it was originally 3 stories. And we dropped it down to 2 stories, and we actually moved the building over from a 10-foot setback to a 15-foot setback. The requirement is 10 feet. And those changes were made based on the feedback that we got from the University Oaks neighbors, which the appellant lives in that neighborhood. Next slide, please. So as discussed by the appellant, this is the view from what the University Oaks neighbors would see. And, it's scaled back so you can see the entirety of the building. But what we'd like to demonstrate here is this 2-story wing is a conforming project. So what the appellant sees is a conforming project. So whether it's our project, an office building, or whatever else is allowed under that zoning, this is what they'd see and it'd be conforming. Next slide, please. So as discussed, it's a different elevation. The previous elevation showed the measuring point from the driveway of University Oaks, but here you can see majority of the building still meets this requirement. And I mean, if it is an issue, there can be adjustments made. But essentially the wing that the appellant sees is conforming, and they're not going to see past the height variance that we've asked for. And we've really made an effort to try to cake in that variance and make it as least visible as possible to the University Oaks neighbors. Next slide, please. And so I was actually quite surprised to find that the project was appealed, because we did express what the alternatives are if our project is not able to move forward. We already know an office building, that market is relatively dead right now, and so that's not a feasible option. The option that we were directed to use, the assisted living memory care, it is now an issue. And so it leaves us the only option of SB 6 and AB 2011, which is a state mandate which allows us to move forward with 60 to 80 units per acre, not including a density bonus, which could get us up to 120 units. And with the density bonus, we can break the height and we can break the setbacks. So the alternative is a much bigger building and much more impactful, and a use that the neighbors said that they didn't want. This is not what we want to do. Next slide, please. So we really appreciate the support that Planning Commission gave us. We believe in them. We hope that you trust in them to make land use decisions. And we feel that the memory care and assisted living use is the best use. It's the lowest impact compared to an office or an apartment building. We have 125 units, 18 that are memory care, 107 that count towards your regional housing numbers, and it offers alternative housing solutions for seniors that may have to age out of their home, and it allows for a location to be here locally. So with that said, the staff supports the decision that Planning Commission made, and in my opinion, the appellant hasn't provided any new significant information that would alter the change for the Planning Commission, for them to vote differently. And I'll be here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn to council members for questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Hughes had his hand up first, but I'll be quick. So you described what the appellant would see next door, which is a 2-story building. But can you describe what the residents would see across the street, or any town residents as they drive by what used to be, a nice hillside view?
They would see a 3-story building. So at the frontage of Winchester, it does measure 35 feet. It's the mansard roof that would be, by design, is covering the solar panels, which we're required to have because it's a LEED silver building, and any mechanical equipment. So that's why we have that mansard roof. And at the Planning Commission, we did try to lower it. I think we lowered it by about half a foot, maybe total the building, but total the building was lowered 2.5 feet. But the mansard roof was lowered half a foot to try to help provide some type of compromise.
Thank you, Mr. Bristow.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I wanted to start with some questions about the 2-story portion of the building. Is that 35 feet or is it 39 feet? I saw somewhere.
I think at the back, the rear, the furthest, so if you go down Shelburne, closer to the veterans building from that base, because of the garage and the additional 2 floors, it may be closer to 39 feet, 38 feet.
But that would not be conforming at that point.
But yes, because of the mansard roof. But if we eliminate the mansard roof and it's just a flat roof, it most likely would be conforming.
Well, that's not permitted anyway. That equipment has to be hidden. So I wanted to follow up in your testimony in the Planning Commission. You said when you were asked about that by, I believe, this may be Commissioner Hanson, you stated that the average in the facility is 83. I assume you mean 83 years old, and they are not going to be able to see very far. Do you have any evidence of that?
No, I don't. I think that as my grandparents got older, they needed glasses and their vision wasn't that great. But there was a condition put in place by Planning Commission to have evergreen trees, and I think it serves both purposes. It serves the assisted living facility, and it serves the neighbors as well. So I think privacy is encouraged on both sides.
Thank you. With regard to that, we talked about some screening, and that's often one of the methods that's used, but also we often consider raised windows, clear story windows, and obscured glass when there are privacy issues and we're close to neighbors, both for the privacy of the neighbors as well as the residents. Did you consider that, or would you consider that?
Yes, I believe that that's a possibility, but let me just double check with my architect.
I'm gonna check. I think, can the architect come to the microphone to speak? Instead of, you don't have to play the phone game. You can answer the questions as well.
Yeah, so the question was, did you consider raised windows, clear story windows, obscured glass on that side that's close to the neighbors?
So we do have window treatment in there, and that largely ends up being drawn a lot of the time. And then there would be clear story, so transom over the windows. But we did try to reduce the amount of windows facing onto the neighbors along that side. But we didn't provide obscure glass as far as if you were to remove the curtains, you'd still be able to see out.
So you didn't consider using that exclusively? You said clear story over the windows, but did you consider that, or would you consider that?
I mean, that's something we could look at, but typically you wouldn't provide obscure glass for a residence or for any kind of a dwelling unit.
Well, typically we often do when there are issues. I don't want to get into a debate, but
sure. But that's where window treatment would come in.
Yeah. Okay. The first comment about the not being able to see, I am concerned about the lack of consideration for where older adults who will live there, and so I just wanted to, follow up as to whether that's the position, that's the reason why it's okay, or do you have experience with building facilities for older adults?
From a data standpoint, I would say no. That's not our stance. Our stance is that we're open to providing privacy. We're not assuming that the general client will not have good vision, and so that's why it's okay. So you can remove that from our reasoning. So we're happy to provide other privacy methods.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had our SB 330 and other state housing laws discussion just last week. And so I think for the public, it's very important for all of us to be very considerate about the development environment that we're in. And so we know that the developer controls the property. And so something is going to be built here. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So you spoke with the neighbors at the onset and said, if we're building, a residential apartment or, older adult facility, the neighbors preferred the older adult facility.
That's correct. That's my recollection.
And then a follow on. So if in the event that this project was shot down this evening, would you anticipate coming back with a density bonus SB6 AB 2011 project?
For the feasibility of the site, yes. Otherwise, I'm not sure what else we could do with it.
Right, and so that would likely be substantially taller and have a greater mass.
That's correct. Potentially, it'd probably be like a 6-story building.
Right, okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I have one question for you. Queuing off of the clerestory windows or obscure glass, my experience is we did that with a bathroom window that is adjacent. What windows are we talking about that would be facing to the side? Because I'm curious how big the units are, and are we talking about primary or sole window into a unit?
Sure. Could we pull up the presentation? If that's possible.
Because I think before we ask you to consider things, I want to know what windows we're talking about.
So I think it'd be a couple of slides up. So yeah. So sorry. You could go to the next slide, please. So this here we have the trees. Ideally, that would be part of the conditions. So those are evergreen. So you're looking at 2 floors. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 units. Not too sure how many windows those are, but maybe the top floor would be preferred if it's some type of obscured glass. But again, I would just ask for the consideration of the clientele where you're in a room with glass that you can't see out of. It just lets in light. But I think we can try to provide some type of treatment if that's a major concern. I would prefer maybe lattices and a taller, wood fence and evergreen trees versus window treatment. But yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm trying to remember the site. We seem to be worried about these windows, and usually we worry about windows that look into somebody's backyard, which is usually a private pool or something where people might not be fully dressed, kind of thing. I thought that what was next to you is their driveway, and then like their front windows, not a recreating area. So, if you may not know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Of these windows we're concerned about, how many are looking into somebody's backyard?
Well,
or private space, shall we say?
Sure. To put in the context of the distance, we have a 15-foot setback, and then I believe the drive aisle is 25 feet by code because a fire vehicle has to get in there, emergency access. And then there is the front doors, but there are second-story windows. I do recall the appellant being concerned that the window view does lead to his children's window. But as far as an actual recreational area, outdoor area, or pool, I don't believe there's any view of that nature, but perhaps the appellant would have a better opinion than I do.
Yeah, I think they get another chance. Let me ask one other question while we're here.
Sure.
I'm been trying to figure out the changes that the Planning Commission asked for. There's an elevation in our packet. I think it's on page 396/397, on showing the Winchester elevation, and in here it seems to say that the height at the very peak of the mansard roof is 39 feet and 1 inch. So they approved the project where you had to lower it 2.5 feet. Is that correct? So this would no longer say 39; it would be 36.
36.5. That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. So that would be the top for the Winchester elevation then.
Yes.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll let you sit down, and you'll be back at the end along with the appellant. Now I will open this to public comment, and the first card I have is for Nicole Ritchie.
Good evening, and thank you for being here this evening. My name is Nicole Ritchie. I live at 17523 Blanchard Drive in Monte Sereno, and I've lived there since 2008. I've raised 3 children here, 2 of whom bicycle down Winchester every day to go to Los Gatos High School, and I only recently learned of the true scope of this project because for years I had heard that the general plan was to develop a twin office building to the one that's currently located across from Dave's Avenue, and that always made a lot of sense to me. And then I found out through neighbors that what was supposed to be a 30,000 square foot structure approximately is now going to be over 81,000 square feet. And I was so surprised I actually had to go down to the town for myself to check this out because I was actually quite shocked that the town would be granting something triple the size of what was originally intended to be there, along with 3 stories when there are no 3-story buildings on the whole street. And anyway, when I understood that this was all actually happening, I told more neighbors and came here tonight to see what I could do because I really think to even call this a granting of a variance is misleading. It's tripling the size of the project. It's a variance makes it sound like it's a slight adjustment to existing rules. This would be an exception that completely and wholly would swallow the rules and basically throw them out the window. So in addition, the road that passes by the site was recently reduced from 2 lanes to 1 lane to widen bicycle lanes to encourage slower driving and more bicycle riding. And this type of road configuration really would not match with a large assisted living facility, possibly the one originally planned, which was the 30,000 square feet. But this area already has quite a bit of traffic, more than ever right now, going down Winchester every morning. If you go there around 8 a.m., with the children trying to get to Dave's Avenue with their families, it's already quite backed up. And when that's not happening during the week, you've got beach traffic on the weekend. So a structure of this size really is not appropriate to be adding into that area. In addition, this project removes trees that are deemed protected, such as coastal oaks. It also blots out the ridge line from view. And I mean, ultimately, what's really going on here is you have a developer trying to maximize their profits and the density without any consideration really for the impact to the current residents and the future residents that would be living here in the residence. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. It looks like you have a question, so stay up here for a moment, please. Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious, did you receive a written notification about this project?
No, I did not.
So
I would have been involved
about
sooner if I could have.
Did you learn about it from the story polls, or how did you learn about it?
I learned about it from my neighbor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Lawler.
Council, I am here in support of the appellants tonight and ask the council to deny these variances for 3 reasons. 1, the variances are in vast excess of what is appropriately allowed for the city zoning. 2nd, by granting these variances, you are sending a message to developers everywhere that they can come in here and build whatever they want because the town council will roll over. And 3rd, this project actually impacts the neighboring jurisdiction of the city of Montecito, a city of which I'm a former mayor, whose residents did not vote for this council nor appoint this planning commission. We share Winchester for much of the length of Winchester, so I think it's very important that their needs and desires are also considered. That's very appropriate. And of course, as a council, it is your fiduciary duty to respect the wishes of your constituents over your developers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I'll quickly ask staff. I just want to verify, regardless of whether someone is a resident of Los Gatos or another municipality, the noticing goes out in a radius. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is that radius?
For this project, it was 300 feet.
Okay. So typical project. So everybody, whether they live in Los Gatos or Monte Sereno in that 300 foot. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Didn't we have any other questions for the speaker? Our next speaker now is Maxim Zarzetsky.
My name is Max, and I'm the owner of 704 Winchester Boulevard. It's a property next to Eric's. I work at Meta and I have 2 kids. First of all, we would like to welcome our new neighbors, and it's understandable that this site needs to be developed into something. However, I have 2 objections. First of all, I don't understand why this project cannot follow the building code, right? Like, we have a building code that sets standards for construction and look and feel, architecture, and consistency in the development. I don't see any public benefit in granting the variances. If there was, maybe I would have been supportive of that variance, but as such, I don't see a benefit in approving those variances. Secondly, this development is in close proximity to Dave's Avenue Elementary School, and there's a heavy school traffic involving kids who walk, who bike, and also kids who commute to other schools from the properties in the neighborhood. And as a father of a 10-year-old, I've already seen him involved in a near-miss accident on the intersection between Dave's and Winchester. I haven't seen anything in this proposal that would mitigate the additional traffic volume and mitigate the public safety risks that are introduced by additional traffic due to the development. So as such, I'm asking to deny the variances and respect the building code.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, same question. How did you learn about this? Did you receive a notice?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Gemini.
I only come before you guys, before the town council, if I'm strongly in favor of a project. I've seen a lot of projects go on that site, and to me, I didn't like any of them. First of all, that office building, I think the last thing we need here, if you put an office building, what does it do? Creates more jobs, more people got to live here, and the housing jobs imbalance is only going to get worse. I think the last thing we need in the whole Bay Area is more jobs. We need more housing. I think this is a win-win project. If you look at senior housing, I've never seen a project that had any 2 stories in it. And I know a lot of them. Almaden Expressway, Union Avenue, they're all 4 stories at a minimum. You never get a 2-story. A lot of this project's 2-story, and there are 2-story buildings on Winchester. Some of it's 3 stories. Yeah, I mean, we'd probably love to have 2 stories, but I don't think it'll work on a senior housing. I think this is win-win. When I drove by it and I looked at the, I don't know, they call it the board, I go, this is a beautiful building. Last time I came before you, it was another beautiful building. It was a Spanish colonial on Highway 9 in University. I think John Lean designed it. So it's been years since I saw a beautiful building like this. What's the other win? Senior citizens. I mean, come on, you guys. Don't we all have parents that need a place to live? They can live in a beautiful building close to town. I mean, that's a street for a senior project. It's a great street for it. What do you want to build there? A 1-story office building? It doesn't make sense. When the seniors move in there, it's going to free up some of their homes, so maybe other people can move into their homes. That also helps the housing situation here. So yeah, and brings down the prices. So I mean, you got to look at all this. Yeah, I might feel for some, for these people, but you're not going to get a housing this beautiful. If you look around, a lot of the buildings developers are building are 5- and 6-story buildings, and that is really cookie cutter. Really trying to make the most out of the most money they can. They're all boxy, flat tops. This building has a lot of character, and it's one of the few buildings I thought, man, it's just gorgeous. I mean, and you're not going to get 2-story senior anywhere in the Bay Area. It's impossible. It's too expensive here. So I wish you would approve it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. We have some questions for you, so please stay up here for a moment. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your comments. So you mentioned that you would rather not see an office at this location.
Definitely.
Okay, are you aware that it's zoned for office per Town of Los Gatos zoning codes?
Yes, I am, but I think we got to get this mindset of, I don't want to preach, but we need offices like we need a hole in the head in the Bay Area. It's a pull. People come to the Bay Area for jobs. Then what do they need? Homes. We'll never end this crisis here in the Bay Area. We need homes. We don't need more jobs. We have a jobs housing imbalance. And this is for senior citizens. My God, these people worked all their lives. Can't they live in this area?
Okay, you answered my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have a quick question for you, because I don't think you stated your address, and you don't need to,
'cause
but
I
I
didn't
can
know-
see
yeah,
from,
I was
I can
looking
see it
for
on the card, but for my fellow council members, do you live near this project?
No, I don't. I do not, but.
Okay, I see
and
you live
and I'm
on
not a
Winchester,
YIMBY,
'cause
But
I
I'm not a
couldn't-
YIMBY. I don't like big buildings, but I think 2 and 3 stories for the Bay Area is not that huge anymore. They're all going to be 6 stories, unfortunately.
Okay.
But, no, I live on National Avenue.
Okay.
And I live on the wrong side of the train tracks. I'm on the San Jose side. But I look across the street and they're all Los Gatos. So. but
It's
I-
all one
yeah, it's
neighborhood.
near-
Okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker is Brian Mekachuk.
Hi, I'm the mayor of Monte Sereno, and I'm appearing here because I received a card because I live within 250 feet of the subject property. I was never invited to any of the information sessions or the information session that the applicant offered. Just so you know, I'm on 4 individual JPAs and commissions where I represent both the citizens of Monte Sereno and Los Gatos and whoever else is in as part of that JPA. You don't sort of carve it up. And I've got a deep understanding of the utility infrastructure that allows or limits the growth of Los Gatos. I worked on developing and promoting the survey. The support from the community was amazing. Most people choose to be anonymous with surveys. In this survey, 54 people gave their first full name and their last name. 55 people gave their email addresses and asked for survey results. The respondents spent, on average, 13 and a half minutes answering the questions. They invested the time believing their voices would be heard one way or another. The results do not support granting the variance. To put the following numbers into perspective, 48 of 70 respondents were not aware that the Planning Commission approved a height variance in their meeting on August 9th. 78 respondents, of which 67 requested the development not be approved, and 11 supported the proposed developments. 66 respondents were not in favor of granting the height variance, and 66 were not in favor of granting the lot coverage. 65 of the 78 opposed granting the height variance. 56 believes it adversely affects others who bought properties nearby, believing in the height limitations. 46 believe the height variance grants a special privilege to the developer. The number is almost identical on the lot coverage side. They weren't aware of the video rendering. Only 16 respondents were aware of it. 62 did not know there was a video rendering of the project. 53 of the 62 watched the video, though, through the survey. The height at the back of the building was not understood from the video rendering. 54 of the 78 respondents could not understand the total height at the back of the building. Please note that the back of the building is over 50 feet tall, and the maximum height of the building in this zone is 35 feet. Just some quick summary points. It was a robust survey with a high response rate. I urge you to consider the results of the survey. Finally, I'd like council to know that the development is on the border of Los Gatos and Monte Sereno, and we in the city of Monte Sereno rely on your zoning requirements. If you allow a building to build to the maximum height and the setbacks, we're good with that. That's what we rely upon. And Monte Sereno rarely, if ever, grants variances since the findings are difficult to make and justify.
Thank you. Looks like you have a question from Councilmember Moore, then the Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor Mekachuk. Thank you very much for being here. I expected you would be. And I appreciate you being here as a neighbor, as an elected official, and a community member. So you understand state housing laws, better than most. You probably understand them better than I do. You likely understand then that if this project is denied, the developer will come back with a project that uses state housing tools to build residential on office zone space. Would you rather have a 6-story residential apartment building or a 4-story, but a larger apartment building in mass than what is being proposed here? Or would you rather have this assisted memory care facility? And I mean that in good faith. I
understand that completely. So first of all, there's residential buildings on each lot existing. So I sat remotely through KCAT the entire session last week, your joint session. And I listened to all the questions and the comments and the front end with the legal counsel that was sitting over here. I believe that if there's existing buildings, I'm not sure AB 2011 comes into play. You have to check that out because not every state law applies if you're removing existing residential buildings. So that's one. The other thing is there's a natural gas transmission line that flows on the east side of Winchester, and the bigger you make the building, the more you're going to disturb the land. And knowing what happened in San Bruno, you know, if you try to put a large building in there, you're going to have it set back more because you don't want to be near that pipeline, and you have to do a back cut against that. So the farther back, or the deeper it is, the farther back it is, it's going to have to be. I appreciate your comment on the size and mass of a large residential building there.
And my one more follow on.
Okay, continue.
My assumption is that the developer is at least going to be able to use density bonus and get far above the existing zoning and density, and so height and density. And so I think what I'm understanding from the comments from the neighbors is that it seems like most of the concerns seem to be about mass and size and scale. Is that accurate? And so would a smaller scale building be your preference?
I believe that if the building that's proposed fits the maximum height of 35 feet over the lower of finished grade or natural grade, and it meets the setback requirements, then no one can complain about that. It fits with the zoning.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Mr. Mekachek, for your comments. What will be your view of the proposed project from the 250 feet of your residence?
I believe that the appellant had two pictures from Google Street View, and it shows where the roof line is, and it totally the new building, which is over the maximum height limit, obliterates the view of the ridge. And I think that's inappropriate. You work so hard to protect the hillsides in Los Gatos, and it does somewhat annoy me that the building that's there, they'll look out their view and they'll see El Sereno, which is Monte Sereno, on the west side. And to have our view taken away and someone across the street getting a great view doesn't work for me. The other thing is the balconies, to get back to, I think, the glass, the obscure glass, there's balconies on the north side of the building that will have a view straight into my side yard. And I asked the applicant if I could take a drone shot up there to see what the view would be like, and he ignored me. I asked him that, and I said, here's my card, and he never got back to me.
Per council member Rennie's concern, do you have a pool in your backyard?
I do have a pool in my backyard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council member Hughes.
My question is, you've sent a number of letters, I think 7 letters, over a period of time. Do they all apply to this version of the application? Because they go back quite a ways.
So several of my letters related to the building that was the office building that was proposed, and I believe the Planning Commission denied that building, and then it was appealed to Town Council, and they allowed the appeal, so the building went forward, and it was approved back then. So I didn't like that building, but I get it. You know, some development was going to be done, and now I accept that if this development was stayed in that building envelope, I would be 100.0% in support of it. But it's huge.
Continue.
The other question I had was about the PG&E. Have you had any conversations with PG&E about the proximity and whether they would have any requirements on construction?
I have not, and because I live across the street, I get mailings and notifications regarding the high-pressure natural gas pipeline that goes there. PG&E is actually they deal with it confidentially because they don't want people to know where they could cause a disruption. As an elected official in Monte Sereno, I didn't bring it with me, but I got a pipeline notification card this week. It was kind of a pamphlet, and it talks about what what elected officials need to know about high pressure pipelines. And when the Planning Commission approved this on August the 9th, in the requirements for approval, there was complete silence on the natural gas pipeline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll follow up with questions for staff on that after. All right. Looks like we've got you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about this project in a totally different way. I have not followed the project itself and the building, so I am not going to comment on those aspects of it. My thoughts are center around a different issue: transparency and common understanding of terms to the public, so that we all understand what a project actually means when it's being when it's applied for. Office, to me, does not imply residential housing. Yes, the CUP allows residential housing with office space under our current rules. I do not remember whether residential is allowed with the proposed housing element land uses. So you'll have to forgive me on that. I don't remember. My problem with this project is that there seems to be an inconsistency in the interpretation of what commercial means. If you have assisted living that it counts as units, and I assume they're rentals. I'm not positive about that. Again, I didn't read the project itself carefully. It seems to me that that is equal to being commercial for a residential apartment building that is owned by a specific entity. In my understanding, an apartment building would be required to have a certain amount of affordable units over a certain amount of units that they're proposing. So I don't understand the difference between the two. They're the same. They're considered units that people live in, and therefore they should be treated consistently with our requirement for below market rate.
Thank you. Do we have questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you. Let's see, I have one hand on Zoom and I have one more card. I'll go to the card. How much time does she have left? I'm sorry, that gets really hard. I don't know if there's time, I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Tony Alarcon.
I was not going to speak on this topic. I was here to observe this evening. In looking, Palo Alto has assisted living and low-income housing. If you look up Palo Alto, that might be a good guideline. One thing to speak to Lee's, I would ask the town council and planning consider posting projects on Nextdoor to make the public aware. I work at Intero Real Estate. It was my office that helped put this deal together. I was not aware of the scope of it. To speak to Council Member Moore's comments, the neighbors were informed. I believe if the developer had said that we're going to up-scope the project 3x and exceed the height limit, would you be in favor of that? I think that would have been a nay. And I think that question was not asked and needs to be. I think we as a town need to be very careful about the height variances and the size of this project. I'm very familiar with both of the streets. And as far as the fear of having a developer come back or threaten us, as I take it as they did, I find it disappointing. And I will say that I think Barry Swenson would not be pleased with that statement. Let them do what they will. I do support senior housing, but I think it should fit within our guidelines of our codes and our height requirements and the scope of the building. The size, it's too large and it's too tall. We do need these senior housing. They're upscoping it simply to drive dollars and revenues. If they lose a few beds because of the height reduction and the size reduction, it'll still be profitable. Thank you.
I have a quick question for you, Mr. Alarcon. So you talked about a low-income senior housing in Palo Alto.
Yes.
Just quick question, is it a care facility or is it?
Yes, they have both. MOLDAW.org is one. They have the...
Okay, I was just checking to see if it's a care facility.
Yeah,
That's
it
fine.
is.
So it's not just living,
Yes.
it's services.
Correct, I looked up both.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And I have a hand raised on Zoom, Georgina Van Horn. You should be able to unmute yourself in a moment. All right. If you unmute yourself, you may speak for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm Georgina Van Horn. I live at 706 Winchester Boulevard on the one of the two closest townhouses at the University Oaks condominiums, and the other close townhouse is Eric Ulcer that you heard at the very beginning. And I understand there will be a building there. That's inevitable. But this one, as you've heard here over and over again, is massive. And it comes almost to the wall that separates our two properties, the University Oaks condominium properties that are the closest to them. It would really overwhelm this whole area south of Dave's and, really one of the main entrances into town. We have a narrow driveway in front of our condos and a few feet of planted area, and then the wall. So already it's very close to the property. My front door is not on Winchester, neither is Eric's, but faces the huge side of the 2- and 3-story proposed building. And you talked about glass. They would be looking into my 3 bedrooms upstairs because it's a townhouse. And of course, I would be able to see into theirs. And maybe you could think of your own house if you had a 2-story and very close to your house, when you opened the front door, there was this huge building kind of staring you in the face. That's what we are faced with here at the University Oaks. I've lived here 36 years and I love living in town. The town has a 40% coverage. They're asking 50. And again, what I ask is that you deny the variance of coverage and of height also, because again, that's part of overwhelming. If it's granted, it would affect the whole area and many lives. So I ask you to please consider your variance, your regulations, our regulations of the town are made for a reason. So I think those are important to uphold. And that would make a big difference in, even though it's not that much for this huge building, it would make a big difference. And that would make a big difference to us here at the University Oaks. So thank you for your concern and for all the work you do for our wonderful town.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for this speaker? Okay, we do not. So thank you, Ms. Horn. With that, I'm done with cards from the public. So I will return now to the applicant, who, it goes applicant and then appellant. So, and you will have 3 minutes to address comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Bristow again. So I'll try to go quickly. I apologize. The first speaker, you know, there's concern about bike lanes and traffic counts, but the office building actually, we have studies and staff, transportation staff, highlight that this project is actually generating less trips. And regardless of whatever project comes here, there are going to be trips. There are going to be employees. So we can't just think that nothing's going to happen. And I know there are a few speakers from Monte Sereno. I'd just like to speak. Monte Sereno has 99% single-family homes. I believe there's 2 multifamily buildings there. They don't have any office zoning. They don't have any commercial zoning. They don't have any industrial zoning. So they don't have the challenges of what other towns and municipalities have to deal with as far as meeting state goals. So, you know, I don't think it's very fair to, you know, to try to compare the two. As far as, sorry, just going through my notes. We did reach out to Safe Routes to Schools. We didn't hear anything back. They didn't reach out with any concerns of this project. Again, the use is the lowest impact use. It's a bigger building, we understand that, but generally the users keep to themselves. I'm hopeful that there'll be some activity to where, you know, there will be shuttle service to where they can engage with the town, but the user is relatively quiet and non-disturbing. Sorry. Regarding the survey, I did respond. Yeah, I will say land use planning and land use decisions are not based on off of a popular opinion on Nextdoor. Some people don't have Nextdoor accounts. You know, I appreciate the outreach. If you know the neighbors and the appellant were so passionate about the project back in 2020, perhaps an earlier survey would have been helpful. I know there's a lot of people speaking to like, hey, why didn't we know about this? You know, there are certain things in the code that can be established to where the public is more engaged. And, you know, we were directed to specifically engage with the neighbors, and we did to the best of our ability. And I think with the Planning Commission, what we did here was, you know, there was often a question like, hey, what would you like to see here? And there wasn't really a consensus. They're like, it's just too big. And in the grand scheme of things, I really think a 3-story building is, you know, it's a change, but it's not massive. It's not unreasonable. And with the short time that I had left regarding Mr. Machekik's comments and that view that he highlights with the story poles, again, the Winchester frontage is 35 feet. So if we decide to step it down, and I responded why we didn't step it down, but we could still have 35 feet on that corner, and it's still going to block his view, as he states. So anyways, I'm out of time. I can answer any questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we do have some questions. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions about the alternatives that you looked at. And I guess the first one is, you know, how many units would there be if the project complied with height and lot coverage standards? And would the project be economically feasible? And when I'm asking that, I'm thinking about the 50-foot height issue, which to me is a lot more than 3 stories. So, wouldn't it be possible to still have 3 stories and not be 50 foot? And how many units would there be if you were to do that?
So the top floor has 28 units. So if we lose that floor, we'll be down to we have 125. Was that 97? I think math might be off. So with the top floor, that would be the conforming. The units would shrink because we've tried to maximize the lot variance, lot coverage variance as much as possible. And I will say the lot coverage variance is what is the standard in the general plan. Your general plan is a progressive document. It's what we should be building to. So if we shrunk the lot coverage, you're going to have smaller units, you're going to have smaller amenity space. And the market study that we did provide was a study on demographics and the need of how this facility meets that standard practice of a viable, feasible project. Yes.
Councilmember Hughes.
So the thing I was looking for clarification on is the 50 foot. That's not 3 stories. That's typically 5 stories or something like that. So, did you consider a configuration of the building where, I don't know what you're doing with that bottom space, but where you had not 5 stories, but 3 stories in the back?
Sure. So the reason why under that 50 feet, it's technically 4 floors because we have a park under garage, and there are units on that back end. So on the back end, it's 4 stories. On the front, it is 3. I don't think we looked at a different configuration by going lower than that. I will say that the office building actually backfilled on Shelburne. So where they had fill, we have a garage, and we do have some units there.
Okay. I wanted to maybe ask one other question because related to that, are you familiar with the 420 Blossom Hill Road facility? And how would you compare in terms of height, lot coverage, and variances requested? My understanding is that that's even fewer units than what you're proposing here.
I don't know the total units. I do know that from staff's report or staff responding to questions was that there were 78 for the regional housing numbers. I did not work on that project. I do know that the project is a flat site, so meeting their goals was relatively easy where we have a sloping site, and I believe it is a conforming project, but I would have to refer to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Bristow? All right. Thank you. Oh, yes, Councilmember Hughes, continue.
Thank you. I was interested in the outreach, and I understand that there were meetings, but outreach to me is where information goes both ways. Were there any changes that you made to your plans as a result of the final meeting where you said people actually, a fair number of people actually came to? Did you make any changes?
So I'm trying to recall the 2 meetings that we held. We held an initial meeting of our draft design, which was 3 stories all the way across, and the feedback that we got was, "Hey, can you step it down? Can you push it back?" And then we made those changes and we submitted to staff because at the same time we're working with staff comments and changes. And then once we were deemed complete, we reached back out to. Or while we're trying to be deemed complete, we reached back out to the neighbors and highlighted what we had changed. So that was the extent of our changes based on their feedback.
Okay, one final question.
Okay, and then I have some questions. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm happy to wait.
I actually, because I've seen this happen on other projects, I just want to get clarification from you because you're talking about the care facility, and I'm not sure if going to staff is going to get me the answers, and this is my only opportunity. So Can you step me through what would happen if there were low-income units? Like, what does that look like? What does that mean in a care facility?
Sure. So with our experience with operators, the preferred method is to actually pay an in lieu fee. There are municipalities that have language in there that regardless if it's deemed commercial or residential for that type of facility, if there's any type of assisted living or care facility, there is an inclusionary. The preferred method is to pay the in lieu because it's very challenging to determine what someone makes at that fixed income. And what often happens in the way these facilities and the services are paid for is siblings, family members, spouses, they pay for that person to be in there. So it's a joint effort. It's not just one income. So it's hard to dictate and filter and basically, screen everyone to make sure that they're in those income categories. Very often people age out of their homes. The homes, there's no upkeep. Or they can't upkeep anymore, and they need certain services and care. And so those homes are sold, and during the time that they're at these facilities, they use those funds to basically be in these facilities.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if an in lieu fee has been discussed, or I guess we'll get to that later, but that is something that you would be amenable to if we were concerned about not getting lower income units. That would be preferable than doing it in this.
I would have to check, but that's a possibility.
But that's typically how it's run. There's not low income units in a care facility typically.
Yeah, it's really hard to facilitate.
The qualification. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hughes, and then Councilmember Rennie. Rennie, go ahead.
So in the Planning Commission discussion, they asked you about stepping the back of the building down only, and you said something like because of the nature of the facility, you couldn't easily step it down. And you said something about elevators, and I don't know, maybe the floor needs to run consistently all the way to the back. Could you describe that problem
Certainly.
a little bit more?
So we have California accessibility standard, and we also have ADA standard in these facilities. So every foot of elevation that you drop, you need a 12-foot ramp. Yeah, so every foot you change in elevation by stepping a building, you need a 12-foot ramp to accommodate that. From the elevation that we had, the elevator is in the center of the building, and that's for fire and safety. It's the main point. It's the shortest distance and whatnot. So trying to step the building in that manner with ramping would not work on the top floor. So it's basically a functionality reason.
And that's why I keep hearing you now come back to, well, we want it smaller rather than stepping the back of the building, which is where the 50 feet is that everybody is bothered by, even though it's really not going to be seen. You keep saying, I'd just get rid of the whole top floor versus stepping the back, because stepping the back just doesn't work.
There's not enough runway, I believe.
So it's the function of the corridor and where the corridor runs along the back. And if you step it without taking a whole floor off, then you don't have enough. You would wipe out too many units, creating enough runway to create enough ramping, just to get from plane to plane, depending on how many feet you're trying to drop.
Okay, I think I understand better. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, if I could follow up on that. My understanding is that it's 50 feet at the back. Why require completely eliminating all the units on the top floor? Why couldn't only units at the back be eliminated by sticking to a 35-foot or 40-foot height?
Well, I believe it'd be the same reason for the ramping issue. So if I need to look at a plan set, but where the elevator is, it's at the back of the building. It has to be at the highest point. It has to go all the way down to the garage. And the garage is the way the layout is, it's at the rear. So if we tried to keep everything front loaded, there would be no connection. The only connection you would have is stairs. We wouldn't have elevator access in a building like this. That wouldn't be allowed for the type of clientele.
The 4 stories that they're talking about, that's if you're looking at it in true elevation, meaning that you can see clear across the site in a dimension that you normally wouldn't be able to see, because you always see it, you look in perspective, right? But the elevation that runs along the true back is 3 stories. It's a single loaded corridor that connects the 3 wings on the 3rd floor. So facing the rear of the site, there are no units on that fourth level in a sense. So it is just a single loaded corridor. So you're just seeing along that corridor and then an open plaza on the top. So it'd be like a rec deck area. So the units you're looking to remove have already been removed.
Okay, I probably will need a little bit of time with the plans before we get back to that. I had one other question, and that's the gas line. Have you explored with PG&E the issue that's been raised about the high transmission gas line, and do you have practices in construction to have special precautions regarding proximity to a high-pressure natural gas transmission line?
So we have not had any preliminary discussions with PG&E regarding that gas line. I don't believe the facility would actually trench in proximity to it. I mean, we do understand Mr. Macheka's concern, but when we grade a site, when we demo a site, and when we pull building permits from the town facilitates our best practices. But we do have experience in building next to utility lines, and the site gets sprayed with USA, and there's areas to clearly stay away from.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we'll move on now to the appellant. And so, Eric Hauser, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, I mean, the crux of my appeal is pretty simple in that I didn't feel like the findings were justifiable as to why this building is so large. Staff was unable to make those findings, and when presented to the applicant, all of the arguments they presented before you today, not one of them talked about why the site required the building to be this large. We talk about what will come after. We talk about, well, if this doesn't get approved, we'll make something even bigger. But they're not talking about why does this site justify the variances, which is what's required by the code. If you take that top floor off, then the building would fit the zoning requirements. If that is not economically viable for this project, this isn't what this land is even zoned for. So what we are doing is granting a conditional use permit for this land, then saying that the building that we're trying to put on this land is not viable for it, so we need to go above and beyond the variances. But none of that is what is within the town code, and none of that is what should justify why these variances should be granted in the first place. From there, I had a few responses to other comments that were made. I was part of that original conversation, and to another one of the speakers' points, at no point did they say your choice is an apartment complex or an assisted living facility. Oh, and by the way, it will be 50% higher than the limits. That was never presented as an option. After that first conversation, we did not have a follow-up conversation with them until a week before Planning Commission. We had not been communicated with, and again, the survey results, out of 78 people who were surveyed, only 6 people responded that they were invited to an information session by the developer, by the applicant. In addition, we continue to refer to this as a 2- and 3-story building. The reality is that the majority of this project is 3 and 4 stories. And what we see directly out from in front of our home is a 3-story building with living rooms and bedrooms that face into ours, where on a site that was properly zoned for that kind of a building, they would be set back at least 20 feet, not 10 feet, because this is not an office space. These are not office buildings that we are looking at. These are not offices. These are people's homes. These are people's living rooms, and they look directly into ours. In addition to that, so again, the view that the applicant presented to try to show that this is not above the height limit is again misleading. That is my view, but it would be completely removing my property. That driveway that's there, that is my front door. And what I would see when you come out there is a 3-story building, and I would not be looking from a mile back, I would be looking directly up at that building. And if you look at the architectural designs, it's 39 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any follow-up questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will close the public hearing, and I think we want to take a break. It's 9 o'clock. I don't know if we have questions of staff following this, or if we should just, how do we look? Councilmember Moore.
Can I suggest we finish this and then go to and then we take a break before the next item?
Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. I don't know where everybody is. Okay, that's fine. So now we'll go to questions, discussion, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Rennie, and then Councilmember Moore.
So I'm going to make my comments. I agree with the architecture, the concept of senior housing, and agree that this is a high-quality project. However, we value our building standards. Our community expects them to be upheld, and we don't take exceptions lightly. This was not a unanimous decision. We had 2 dissenting votes. I went through the transcripts and I read what the 2 planning commissioners who dissented on the project stated. Commissioner Hanson, there's no other buildings on Winchester greater than 35 feet, with the exception of Nedflix, way down on the northern part of Winchester. She considered the assisted living facility at Blossom Hill that was approved with a 35-foot height limit and was quite viable in finding an operator. She considered the close proximity of single-family residential and that the propensity of the project was not appropriate for the site. She considered the findings for the height variance and could not find the justification to pencil out for the operators. Commissioner Burnett, she noted the massive size is not appropriate coming into Los Gatos. So when you look at the entry to downtown Los Gatos, it's considered the C1 district, and that's just outside the project site, which mandates even stricter requirements under the basic design principles of our commercial design guidelines. The C1 district is characterized by the narrow street design of North Santa Cruz Ave in consideration of safety issues. Winchester, which is a continuation of North Santa Cruz Ave, was recently narrowed to a 1 lane to encourage safer road conditions. A facility of this size is incompatible with the reconfiguration and intent of the commercial design guidelines. And I'm going to quote the commercial design guidelines, and it's section 1.3 and 1.4. And why do we have these? We need to look to those. The purpose, encourage that new development reinforces and supports the special qualities of Los Gatos. Maintain a building scale that's consistent with the town's small-scale image. Reinforce the special qualities of the town's visual character. Protect property owner investments by discouraging inappropriate adjacent development. Provide visual continuity along street frontages. Community expectations, section 1.4, maintenance of the existing small town feel. Small-scale buildings with a strong pedestrian orientation. The sensitive interface of commercial development with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Strong encouragement of a unique Los Gatos scale and character. Maintenance of a sense of place with views of surrounding hills preserved. Scale and character appropriate to the setting, and that buildings over 2 stories are discouraged in areas covered by these guidelines, unless special circumstances warrant additional building height. What I find disheartening is that I didn't find any discussion of the commercial design guidelines in the transcripts. Not until the very end, when Vice Chair Raspy made the motion that the project was consistent with the applicable provisions of the commercial design guidelines. I will not be able to make the findings. And again, I do not find discussion of anything that I just read off to you as being quoted as to standards that we look for in the town of Los Gatos and that our surrounding neighbors that live in the city of Monte Sereno also expect of us. With that, I'll allow fellow commissioners, council members to make their comments.
Thank you. Okay, did I say Councilmember Rennie, then Councilmember Moore? Okay, thank you.
I had a question for staff on this, actually.
And actually, before we do that, I forgot to ask for disclosures. So can I quickly do that before you ask staff? So Councilmember Hughes.
I visited the site. I haven't discussed it with anyone.
Councilmember Rennie.
I believe I've met with the applicant, but it may have been a year ago or more, because I recall early versions of this that were much different, and it must have been a meeting with the applicant. I have had some discussion, very short, I think, with Mr. Mekachek, and I drive by and walk by the site very frequently.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I visited the site. I visited several times, actually. I served as the chair of the Planning Commission a few years back when we had a project come before us that was denied by the Planning Commission. And I did meet with Jesse Bristow of Swenson Builders.
Okay. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke with the developer, visited the site, and spoke with Mr. Mekachek.
Thank you. And I've seen the site regularly, routinely, through a variety of phases. I did meet with the applicant at his request, and I've spoken with a number of neighbors in that area. So thank you. I forgot to do that. And Councilmember Rennie, back to your question.
So my question was, again, we were thinking about the back of this building where the height is the issue. When I look at the cross section in our packet, it's 398/399. Unless thing changed when we changed the agenda. There's a side view on Shelbourne, and it shows the top of the building doesn't go all the way to the back of the building. And when I look at the measured height, it says 50 feet, but the 50 feet are from something that's much sloped down from where the top floor ends. So when I look at this, it doesn't look like this building's actually 50 feet anywhere. It looks like it's probably more like 45 feet or something in that range. I recall when we talk about our hillside guidelines, you think about a plane, and if you have a building that's stepped, you still think in terms of the plane of it. So, for example, this could be two buildings that would still have a 50-foot plane if something was below and then another separate building was above. Are we calling it 50 feet because of the plane, or is there actually building that's 50 feet tall?
Thank you for that question. It is a complex site to understand what the height is. My understanding of it is that the tallest possible height is close to 50 feet. It's not quite there. It's closer to maybe 47. If you're looking at the part of the building that is highest off the ground, so it kind of lines up with where the elevator shaft is, and that tallest roof form, that does at one point come right over the entrance to the garage. And so it's not quite at 50 feet, but it does come close to it. But you are correct that top floor was stepped back, and that was part of the applicant's discussion with staff and concern about the extent of the variance request. And so they took off the 10 units that were along one side of the corridor on that top elevation, so that when you look at the back of the building, it is now 3 feet tall on that rear facade, instead of the originally proposed
three stories tall, you mean?
Sorry, 3 stories tall instead of 4 stories.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll also make my comments on this. So first, I sincerely appreciate all of the neighbors coming out this evening and your clear passion for your neighborhood and your care for the town. So thank you very much for being here this evening. According to the staff report, the Planning Commission made all of the required findings. We have 5 planning commissioners, the majority of the commission, who voted to support this project, and I trust our Planning Commission to make sound land use decisions. We need housing of all kinds in this town, as I've heard tonight. Senior housing, memory care, and assisted living are all crucial to this community, and we have an aging population that we hear about all the time and that we discuss up here all the time, that we have this population that continues to get older and that we need to provide housing options for them. Fundamentally, we need this kind of housing in Los Gatos, and it has to go somewhere. And I believe that Winchester is an ideal location as a main transit corridor. It's a larger road in the town. And I think this is a good project. I think it's one of the best projects we're going to get on this property. Listening to the developer, I think that this is going to be much preferred to other potential uses, especially in the current market. And I think that the developer has been responsive to the concerns of the community. The fact that it was stepped down on the right side, looking at it from the front, to 2 stories, and then it steps down in the back. I think it ends up looking like a very attractive project. Most importantly, for our decision here this evening, I cannot make the finding that there was an error or abuse of discretion, and I cannot make the finding that the decision was not by the Planning Commission was not supported by substantial evidence, because those are the 2 thresholds we need to meet. So I believe that the Planning Commission did their jobs and did not make any errors, so I will be supporting the project and voting to deny the appeal.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
I've been thinking about this a lot, and I actually think that this is a good project that needs some more work. I realize that it would be to some expense to look at redesign, but I think that following community input, there were ideas that were raised that were not necessarily considered, and I think some of those could be considered. And so I would be interested in granting the appeal with direction about the project and having this worked on in some ways. And I have a couple of specific ideas. And, these things don't happen without direction, is my experience from being on the Planning Commission. So I'd be prepared to offer a couple of them, and just generally, one would be to reduce the maximum height from 50 to 40 feet by considering lower floor plates and increasing the lot coverage and configuring the building to follow the slope of the lot. And with regard to that, I understand that under the current design, the elevator is in a particular place and it would be expensive to redesign, but I think that elevators can be put in different places and further work can be done on the design with some direction. The other thing that I would think about, which would allow this to be a better project, is to better solve the privacy issues with the windows in the way that we do typically when we have windows looking into other neighbors' windows. And I know this because I have some obscured windows in my house for that very reason, and that would be to utilize clear-story windows, raised and obscured glass in those sensitive areas that are presenting privacy issues. I realize Councilmember Moore's advice that we need to be able to have some findings, and my finding is not about error or abuse, but that there was that it wasn't supported by substantial evidence, and a couple of things that I think were not presented to the Planning Commission was information that the living units would not help to meet the low-income RHNA allocation, and these would be market rate units, and the related information about, which I believe the town attorney said they would follow up on, and that is to why this is considered commercial and not residential. So that is missing information from the record, and I think that with some work we could get the housing for our seniors that we need, and continuing care, and the evidence of that is right around the corner on Blossom Hill Road, 400 to 420, where same developer built something that did comply with height, did not require variances, and I was impressed with that when I was on the Planning Commission, and I was proud to support that application. And to say that it's not economically feasible when just around the corner there is a project that's economically feasible, just kind of adds to my thinking that it would be better to continue to work on this and to come back with something that would get closer to our standards. So those are some of my thoughts.
Councilmember Rennie.
All right, so my thoughts, trying to figure out where to start here. I was thinking a little along the lines of Mr. Hughes and, what can you do to improve the project? I always think that way. I do like the project quite a bit, though. When some of the first designs I saw, for example, had a wall on Winchester, and it was a U-shaped building, kind of like this. Is not really U, I guess it's a W, but it was faced the other way, and I said, that doesn't make any sense. References to our commercial design guidelines, it's really about what's the front on the street look like, and Winchester is the important street that most people are driving by on. So when they turned the building and they put it into three pieces, it really broke up what was going to be a wall into something that actually looks quite nice. The other input I had at the time, and it sounds like maybe they didn't listen because it was later changed, was the height next to the apartment building next door. Originally, there was a building that was a design I saw that was 3 stories over there, and I said, well, that just doesn't work. You need to step down to the size of the building next door, which they did, and then they pulled the building back some so that there more screening, and there was a lot of discussion in the Planning Commission about adding screening and evergreens and trees to help that. As I mentioned before, it doesn't seem like it's as critical screening, but it's still available because it's not looking into private space. It's really looking into driveways and public entrances. So that seems less important than our usual windows that look into somebody's backyard pool kind of thing. Traffic impact, number of people, because the building is larger, and the applicant said this, but I knew it before he said it, just because it's larger doesn't mean that it has a higher impact for traffic. The office building clearly was going to have more impact for traffic. This is a lower impact for traffic, and I think it's going to be a lower impact than the residential building that we'll get instead. In the Planning Commission testimony, they talked about, I think there was 26 AM hour peak trips, which is actually not very many, especially considering that when the staff comes in, that some of them can come in on University and up Shelbourne instead of Winchester, so they're staying off of the busy street. It's really the school hour that's the biggest deal, heading towards Dave's on Winchester. So this, in my opinion, is a much better traffic impact project than what we had and what we may get. We do, in terms of importance of the project, I'm not hung up on RHNA numbers. I think this is an important project actually for the senior facilities that it provides. It's consistent with our senior roadmap plan. We need more senior facilities as we're aging. We did the same kind of thing. Let's send it back for some design for the Meadows, and guess what? We pretty much killed that project. Hasn't come back. Doesn't look like it's coming back. So I sometimes like the idea of trying to ask for some design changes. I'm very hesitant to kill this project because I really do think we want the senior units, and I think they're a much lower impact on it. The Planning Commission spent time worrying about the visual impact of the building on Winchester, and so the changes that they required in order to approve the project were to lower the front on Winchester. So that, I think I agree that that's where I would have focused also, and they've brought it down pretty much as you can and keep this design. The 50 feet in the back seems like a red herring to me because it's backing on commercial spaces that nobody's really going to look or care about. It's going to be Winchester that's more important. I'm trying to think, look through my notes on other thoughts. I think I covered everything. So, I mean, I'm leaning a little bit towards denying the appeal for the reason I don't want to lose another senior project like we did with the Meadows.
Thank you. Okay, let me just give a few thoughts. You know, this is tough. I watched the Planning Commission meeting twice. I've been through it multiple times. You know, quickly I'll say I really can't find that they erred. It may not have been a unanimous decision, but unlike a jury in a criminal case, we don't need a unanimous decision, although I think a lot of points were raised. Top level, you know, just if we're going to talk about a building there, a lot of time was spent by the Planning Commission on the architecture, and it is a beautiful building. One of my biggest concerns as projects come forward is anything that is built, we're going to be looking at for 50 years, or at least people younger than I am, because I won't be around that much longer than, I won't be 50 years. But the way it looks and the fact that the town architect had no changes to make to this building, that was something that the Planning Commission talked about a lot. The other thing was they didn't spend a lot of time on size. And I know the fact that this is a lot more square footage than the office initially was concerning to me, but what I think about is what is the impact of that? So this may be a much bigger building, but the traffic impacts, which I think people care about a lot, are lower. Looking at the peak traffic, I think the AM is 68% of what the office would have produced, and the PM peak is 3/4. So larger building, but lower impact. I also think about the fact that, you know, lot coverage, that would matter a lot to me if this were an apartment building and I'm thinking about people needing to get out and having private space. This is a much more passive use. So where the Planning Commission spent most of their time was on the height. And as listening to them, I was very concerned when they started kind of designing from the dais. I mean, they did drop 2 of the floor plates a foot each, and they dropped the roof. Dropping the roof, you know, the shielding for the solar does not seem to impact the look of the building. Dropping the floor plates, they agreed to it. I don't know what impact that is on the people that live there. So I'm hesitant to start from here making changes that would impact living space for someone. I live with an opaque window on one of my bathrooms, but if someone told me that my living room windows and every other window where I'm living had to be blocked out, I don't think that would be reasonable. So I get a little nervous about starting to make those decisions from here. I do think that the screening is important. I think the privacy issues that the Planning Commission talked about were covered. I don't want to make a decision based on what could potentially happen after this. Similarly to the way that the Planning Commission said each project is considered on its own and it's not setting a precedent, I don't want to make a decision on this specific project because I'm afraid of what'll come next is worse. We do know from our housing laws there's a risk with everything, but I think we need to look at this project on its merits, which is what the Planning Commission did. So, you know, I do think the most important view of this building is from the front, seeing that that's at 35 feet, seeing that the architecture is beautiful. I think that's the most important part. We are not hearing from anyone on the backside. We're not hearing from the vet behind there or the Quonset hut, you know, painting and everything, which is where I would think that, you know, from the backside, the 50 feet would matter the most. I think Councilmember Rennie covered a lot of the thoughts I had. We do need this kind of housing. And from a arena point of view, to me, it's just a bonus if we can count the units. But I'm not looking to this to fulfill our arena. I'm looking to it to create the kind of housing that has been identified that we need. No project is going to solve all of our housing issues, but each one is going to help along the way. So for those reasons, I'm not inclined to grant the appeal. Councilmember Moore first, and then Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. So, like you, I watched the entire Planning Commission meeting that with this on it, and Councilmember Hughes brought up that the his reason for granting the appeal is that he believes that the Planning Commission did not know that there were not low-income units in this. And when I watched the Planning Commission meeting, I thought it was very evident that the Planning Commission did know that there were not. This is not marketed as low-income housing. It is or with having below-market rate units. This is a senior care facility in commercial zoning that does not require the use of below-market rate housing. And then in terms of redesigning the project, the elevator at the back of the building goes to the garage, which is, I imagine, crucial for the building to operate. And so for the reasons that I've already stated, I cannot make the finding that the Planning Commission erred, and I cannot make the finding that the decision was not supported by substantial evidence. So I will make a motion to deny an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the demolition of 1 existing office and 4 residential buildings, construction of an assisted living and memory care facility, variance from the maximum height and lot coverage of the zone, merger of 4 lots into 1, and removal of large protected trees on property zoned office.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now I'll move to discussion. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I would have appreciated to get my comments in. I would see this probably as going the way of the 3-2 decisions that are made by this council repeatedly, and I would just say that what I would offer as a thought, as an alternative to this, which I had hoped to be able to get a motion in, was to grant the appeal and send this back to the Planning Commission with specific direction to reduce the maximum height by considering lower floor plates, increasing the lot coverage, and configuring the building to follow the slope of the lot. And also that windows that present a privacy issue due to not meeting setbacks and height requirements with adjoining properties be raised clear story or obscured glass. And as I mentioned before, I believe there was substantial evidence that was omitted from the Planning Commission regarding not that they didn't know that there would be no low-income units, but that those units would not count toward arena allocation, and that there was no discussion by staff about how a residential building can be considered commercial. Town attorney in the transcript said she would get back to that issue, but that was never clarified, and I think that that would be an important part if we were to try to reach a compromise on this. And I just would say that I think it's important, as a former planning commissioner, someone who looked at many projects, that there are ways to negotiate on these, not necessarily from the dais, but to send projects back for more work with direction, rather than pressing forward with approving projects that do not meet our standards, do not meet our neighborhood standards, do not meet our height requirements, and present challenges to the community in doing that. There's ways to get senior housing and continuing care housing without breaking all the rules, and we know that because there's a project right around the corner that does that. So those are comments I would much have preferred for this council to reach a compromise on this rather than pushing through something that doesn't meet our standards.
You said something, and I was going to ask you what you meant. Oh, I know. If I can ask a clarifying question. So when you talk about dropping the floor plates, they've already been dropped 1 foot each. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I mean, how low should the ceiling be in a living space?
Yeah, I know there was some discussion about that in the Planning Commission. I do think that would be. I wouldn't say that would be. I said that would be considered, and that might be considered in parts of the building. I also think that that the whole design could be looked at to try to do something about that corridor in the back. These things are not set in stone at this point, and there is opportunity for redesign as long as it meets the needs of the community and meets our standards.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Had this been remanded back to the Planning Commission, I would also have added the direction that the developer engage in a two-way dialogue with the residents, because it appears that didn't happen, and it could, make for a better project for everybody.
Councilmember Hughes.
Just real quickly on a minor point to some, but I think it's important that we look at the trees, and if this had been again remanded back to the Planning Commission, I would have looked into saving trees number 16, 9, and 18. One of them is just in the middle of a footpath, and heritage oak of substantial size. So those are other considerations that could have been taken into account if this went back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, I do want to continue the discussion first, because I really don't know where I am. And I really was hoping we could get to consensus. But when you talk about dropping the height and increasing the lot coverage, to me, that just says we're going to lose more trees.
Well, again, that depends on the specific design and where that might be accomplished. And I know there were concerns raised about a water system that was raised in the Planning Commission. I don't think we got into detail about that, but I don't think it would have to be very much if this were properly redesigned. Now, they may not be able to accomplish saving all 28 of those living spaces. It might be a smaller number, but I don't see why the entire top floor necessarily has to get removed if we're thinking about some redesign of that space. Perhaps it's a smaller number. I wouldn't send it back with a fixed number. That's why I would say send it back with some design parameters like lowering the height and dealing with some of the privacy issues.
Okay, thank you. I mean, where I'm getting stuck is if the elevator's in the back so it can go to the garage, and the garage is in the back, then there needs to be 2 elevators if you don't continue the top floor back. So now you need an elevator in the front and the back. And the other, I mean, I know we're not designing, but if we're sending this as a recommendation, or if you want to send it, the other concern I would have is, you know, how low do you make a ceiling? And I watched the Planning Commission meeting and got very nervous when they talked about dropping an entire foot from 2 different floor plates, and then the developer agreed. But I'm just thinking, whatever is built is going to be built. You can't lift a ceiling up later. You can't say, oh, nobody wants to live there. You know, who's going to want to move into some place with low ceilings? You can't see out the windows. No one's going to design that. So I mean, I'm willing to have this discussion. I really don't want to take what is, I want to say I totally empathize with the neighbors. I understand this. This is really big. I think, to me, the biggest concern I would have is the height at the front, which isn't the biggest issue. But I don't want to kill a project that is this good, that is so close. I also am kind of stuck with, I really don't think the Planning Commission erred. And I also don't like 3-2 decisions. So I'm just trying to figure out where we can get somewhere. Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been looking at page 201 a lot in this discussion because I would also like to, you know, if possible, it'd be great to get to a consensus decision on this, but I don't know that that's possible. If you look at the developer specifically in those plans has highlighted on page 201 the portion of the property that would have to get lopped off. You have to cut off the whole top. There's none of those units at the front can be preserved, but then they don't have a roof. And so it does not look to me like you can drop it down to 35 feet the whole way across and preserve the project in its current form. And then again, you have the issue of the elevator, right? So you do need, I think if you take any units off the top in the back, you need a second elevator. And then for me, the height is not, making this building 3 stories is how we get the amount of units we get. If we start taking height off and we start, you know, I think I've heard all of us say here tonight that it's an attractive building. And I think the more we start playing with the design of this building, the more the developer says, okay, well, instead of those balconies or those, you know, the open space or balconies or whatever on the first floor, we're going to butt all the way up to our setback as far as we can. And so I think that in its current form, it is attractive. I think it looks good. And the height is not offensive to me as someone that grew up right off of Winchester. I think that, you know, this is part of our town growing, and it's people are not always going to be happy about the height of buildings, and it's you know, it's too bad that we, you know, can't have that it can't pencil out to have a building like this be a little bit shorter for the neighborhood concerns, because I completely understand that. But I think if we want to build the kind of units that are in this assisted care, you know, these are things that I think we've all said are good benefits we're getting from this project. I think this is what this sort of project has to look like. And then one more thing before we get to a vote. I would be interested in future projects, and this is a recommendation for staff, in looking at altering town code to require in lieu fees on projects like this in the future. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think what the developer was saying totally makes sense to me, that you can't, putting below market rate units in a building like this could be hard, but I think at least getting the in lieu fee out of that would be prudent.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
So I'd say I heard some inconsistent things just said. So one of the things I heard was we want to be within all of our guidelines, rules, whatever we want to call them, but the suggestion was to increase lot coverage. We're already over the lot coverage, so really it's not about getting inside our guidelines if we're going to go even worse than one. I think the concern is when you hear a number like 50 feet, it sounds tall. In reality, to me, the 50 feet is in the back of the building, and it's not bothering me back there where it's really not going to be seen. If I made any changes, it would be to try to get the view back where that's the loss of the hills in the front. And we were able to do that with the office building that we approved because it didn't have the same kinds of constraints of probably everybody in every room's got to be able to take an elevator to get there, which you don't have to do with an office building. You can step things around. So, I mean, I looked at it and I'm having a hard time seeing how what I thought should be changed, which is trying to gain the view back, how we would actually do that with this building. The wing on the Shelburne side, if you pulled the top back, then the one in the middle would still be in the way, and I don't know how far we'd have to end up pulling them back to actually get anything, and pretty soon you don't have any project left. So that's where I would have thought about trying to redesign, not get hung up on the 50 feet and make our lot coverage even worse. In terms of trees, this is actually taking out less trees than the office building that was approved. So I don't know how to solve my thought on that, but
Right. My other concern is, I mean, the bioswales, they have to handle their own water runoff, and that does take up outside space. So increasing lot coverage actually is going backward in a lot of environmental ways, and they do have to handle that. So I know that came up during the Planning Commission meeting. I was recused from the Meadows discussion because I live too close to it, but I watched it. I literally do have two neighbors on my street that really wanted that to go through because they actually wanted to live there. And I think for a lot of similar things, concerns about height and other things that are kind of relative. I mean, frankly, if I looked at the Meadows, if you would have broken it into different buildings, if they didn't exceed the height but they just went up the hill, it would look the same. I'm just concerned with, if we're focusing on, I mean, traffic's not the issue, we're decreasing traffic. I'm hearing a discussion of, to save height, we can cover, that one council member would be willing to look at more lot coverage, which I'm not. I think, you want the walking paths, you need the bioswales, you need these other things. It just feels like we're just trying to balance things back and forth, and we're going to end up without a project. And given our need for senior housing and for care facilities, I don't want to say that everything gets approved, but I also don't want to sit there and pick at the edges of things and just keep killing projects that we actually want and need, and killing them over little details that once it's built, you may not notice. I mean, it is really, from an architectural point of view, it'll be an asset to Winchester Boulevard. So I still can't find that the Planning Commission erred, and I'm really concerned that if we start picking away at this, that we will lose the good parts of this project that we have. The need for the housing, the need for the care facility, and the architecture. I mean, we did get concessions on height through the Planning Commission. So I think this is actually a good balance point. I'm just, like I said, I'm not going to make this decision based on what might else happen. I'm just concerned about just losing this project and the residents that will be served by it. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. And I appreciate the mayor's comments about not making a decision based on what might come in the future. But I do, from experience on the Planning Commission, and I know we have two planning commissioners who are council members now, it is often possible to get a better design with specific feedback, and that's what I think would be a better alternative for this. And I don't think there's, as I mentioned, I don't think there's any reason to suspect that the Planning Commission erred. Rather, I think it's information that was not part of the record that should have been considered, and that is another grounds for doing that. I would also just say that I think the idea that we can't change a project because it'll disappear I think is something that is a thought we all really ought to reflect on. I did request that the Meadows go back to the Planning Commission because we were getting design on the fly and no architectural and site drawings, and we're being asked to approve that. And I suspect that the reasons for that project were financial ones rather than changes, because I think there was a consensus on changes that were made there. So I think we shouldn't be so afraid to continue to work a project until it's better, because it might just disappear. I think that we need to engage with the experience that we have in order to get better projects.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. I'm just concerned that some of the changes we're discussing actually aren't feasible, like having 2 elevators or something. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I would just like to add, in regard to the Meadows, they actually asked to go back to the Planning Commission. So as a council member, I honored their request that, yes, go back to the Planning Commission and, maybe refine your project to make it more palatable. So I just wanted to make that point. That was their decision not to go back to the Planning Commission, but that's what they asked for.
Councilmember Rennie.
Let's be correct here. When faced with a denial, they said they'd rather go back to the Planning Commission.
It was part of the staff report.
Okay. So that said, we have a motion, we have a second, and the motion is to deny the appeal. So I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Hughes and Councilmember Badami voting nay, dissenting. And I want to thank everybody who came to speak. And I think with this, we'll take a break. It is 9:55, so is 10 minutes enough time for everybody? Yeah, okay. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Give everybody 1 minute to find their seats so we can resume. Intermission is over, and we are back here, and we are moving on to item 11, and I will turn to our Parks and Public Works Director, Nicole Burnham, for a report.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Burnham, the Director of Parks and Public Works. I'm joined tonight also by Marina Chislett on my team, who is helping manage this project. So we can go to the next slide. Anyway, this is going to be a high-level overview. Oh, she was able to do it. All right. A high-level overview of two projects that fit together. Our goal with the current phase, back in June, we put forward a contract agreement, and we're working with a consultant. They're working on survey and some of the initial plan development. The result of the work under this contract will be concept plans and preliminary estimates, so we have an idea of what we need to do for construction. I just want to emphasize that this is just the very, very, very start of this project. We have in our agreement with the consultant 3 community meetings and 3 Parks Commission meetings, so we'll have lots of opportunity for community engagement and future discussion of the project. But we are here tonight for council to be able to provide us direction. So we go to the next slide. Thanks, Jenna. So just for context, North is up. North will be up on all the maps that I show you. There's only 2, so don't get too excited. Top of the map is Los Gatos Almaden Road. At the bottom is Blossom Hill Road. You can see this site circled in red, sort of in the middle of the graphic, and sits between 2 existing schools, Union Middle School and Stratford School. House Play Lot is also in the middle. So the moral of the story is there's a lot of pedestrian movement through this neighborhood, a lot of school children on bikes and on foot, with and without parents. So and this is a really great location and critical location for public space. The next slide. So this is just preliminary. Again, North is still to the top of this map. So Los Gatos Almaden Road is now way off the map to the north, and you're looking at Lynn Avenue across the top of the page. Pinehurst Avenue splits the page. And to the right, or to the east of Pinehurst, are 2 lots, one owned by the town of Los Gatos that fronts on Pinehurst, and one that is actually owned by PG&E that fronts on Union Avenue. And then to the west, or to the left of the page, there is another lot owned by the town of Los Gatos. The existing properties have overhead high power lines. They are also encumbered by valley water easements for a water transmission main. The property on the left side of the page is the one where there's been community interest in a community garden. So there was a community-supported plan that was brought forward that included approximately 75 garden plots plus native garden plus orchard and sheds. And we're still looking at that space for community garden. And then to the east the idea is a connector to connect to provide pedestrian connectivity between Pinehurst and Union Avenue to give, particularly to give access to the schools. There's limited sidewalks on Union Avenue, and there are no sidewalks on Lynn Avenue. So we have been working with PG&E and Valley Water to understand the limitations. Our consultant is working on field survey to get us data on the site. We are looking to start our first community engagement meetings in October. So at the present, we still have a wide open palette, and I will stop there and leave it for you to provide feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Burnham. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Every time we see this project, I will express how incredibly excited I am about it, and I think that it's just fantastic. Very applaud you for taking this on. A few questions. So I know we're super early right now, but at this stage, in terms of the community meetings, who are you planning on reaching out to and including in those meetings?
That's a great question. Thank you. We haven't exactly fleshed out the details, so I'm happy to have feedback on that. Off the top of my head, I definitely would do mailing to at least a 500-foot radius around the property, and I would also reach out to the schools.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that, I was looking at the staff report, and it looks like on page 2, you say that it's early phases, but there's been some work completed, a kickoff meeting with staff and the consultant team, and staff and consultant team conducting site visits and field survey underway. Since there has been so much work done by community volunteers, led by Kevin Arroyo and a whole group of people, has staff and the consultant also met with these community garden advocates who've developed a conceptual design, and is that kind of information being provided to the consultants? Because I would have thought that would have been one of the bullet points there about meeting with the community folks.
Fair point. Thank you for that question. We, as staff, have had conversations with Kevin Arroyo and the community group. We have not cut the consultant loose to have those conversations yet, but we will.
Okay, so missing bullet point. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? Councilmember Moore, and then we'll go public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two other somewhat quick questions. Are you planning on, or have you or anyone on the team toured other successful community gardens in the area?
We have. The team did, went and met with San Jose and toured a number of their gardens.
Great.
And I would just add that while I wasn't on that tour, I have designed community gardens and worked on them in San Jose as well.
Thank you. And then final question. So in the staff report, I think it's kind of the design, like the really 30,000-foot design is kind of broken into two categories of maybe you could call it phase 1 and then these optional or future items. Is that because is that purely cost taken into account, or are there other reasons for why some things are, infrastructure and some things are optional or future?
In a perfect world, it'd be great to build them all, but we do want to be sensitive to cost. And so I think that's why at the end of this phase of work, I think we need to present, what is the base that we can do, and then what are some of the nice to haves that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Related to that, for me, I'd just like to get started. So, put in some garden beds, put in some water. That's good enough for me. But I know you've got some other things listed. You decided you got to have handicap parking, and a tool shed's probably not a bad idea. So I'm definitely for, let's get the initial stuff in and getting operating, and then we can think about the extras in the future, because I just want to get it going.
Yeah, I think I share some similar sentiment. With that, I think we'll open it to public comment. And at the moment, I don't have any hands raised, and I have on Zoom, and I have 2 cards. So I will call Dick Conrad.
Thanks for the opportunity to address this. 15 years ago, I was on the Park Commission. Tried my best to get a community garden, and it failed. And I want to give shout outs to the current Parks Commission that succeeded. This is a wonderful thing for the community, and it also supports the senior roadmap. And I just like to say what Councilmember Rennie said. Let's get started.
Thank you. My next speaker is Kevin Arroyo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Arroyo. I'm not here to speak for really a long time, but I would like to thank the town and especially Public Works for their continuing support and coordination of the garden and walkway, especially with communication on the progress of the projects. I look forward to seeing both projects make the productive use of vacant space for the community. I want to encourage that these projects also need to make the space productive for pollinators and insects as well by incorporating native plants into the landscaping designs. Globally, we need stronger efforts to stem crash and biodiversity. Locally, these projects are a great opportunity to help make a difference and also comply with PG&E recommendations at the site. So once again, I appreciate the town's consideration for utilizing the native plants, and I look forward to progress on these two projects.
Thank you. Hold on, I have a quick question for you, Mr. Arroyo. Because we did get some input from an arts and culture commissioner talking about native plants. So when I think of the community gardens, what I think about is people planting whatever they want, most likely food. So when you're talking about the native plantings, are you referring to surrounding the gardens and the pathway, or if you could expand on that?
Exactly, surrounding vegetation, if you have any privacy hedges, specify native plants for those, and especially its surrounding vegetations. People are going to plant fruits and vegetables on their lots, but just think of the overall site design, and with the walkway, which is not community garden based, that will have vegetation. So the planting plan for the walkway and also surrounding garden beds.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I also want to thank you for coming forward with this concept several years ago, I think, to the Complete Streets Commission and the Parks Commission. And I know for everybody, as Dick Conrad mentioned, and all of us, all these projects take a while to come to fruition, but, it's an example of how a member of the community can have an idea, get some traction, reach out to neighbors, and things can actually happen. But thank you.
Thank you. When I first started this project, I thought we'd be starting in the fall of that year, which was about 3 months. The joke is now which year, but I am very encouraged by all the progress moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I just want to comment, when I used to work, when we had an engineering project, our running joke was when you gave an estimate of how long something would take, you would multiply it by pi, which is 3.14. And that was actually pretty accurate. So anyway, so with that, I don't have any. Oh, I do have a hand on Zoom. Tom P. Crow.
Yes, this is Tom P. Crow, and I'd like just to say that I strongly support the project and greatly appreciate the early work of Kevin Arroyo and the work that the town is doing now on this. I would like to echo Dick Conrad's comment that this is strongly supportive of the senior services roadmap. Studies show that seniors tend to use community gardens to a significant extent. It also promotes economic diversity from studies. And I'd like to strongly support Councillor Rennie's comment that if we could plan the project such that we get going, we get some early phase going, I think we can build additional community support. I think we can seek grants and help to support the project for the town in that manner. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And seeing no more hands on, no hands on Zoom, no more cards, I will close public comment and move to my fellow council members for comments, questions. It looks like what we're looking for is high-level feedback. And what I heard was probably feedback we all agree with. Let's just do what we can. But we might have some other comments. So, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I share Councilmember Rennie's perspective and the Mayor's perspective that getting started on this is very important, and I think that we can do this kind of phased approach. I appreciate the perspective of kind of thinking at these projects, at least at this stage, at a high level as kind of one and doing them together, because I think that's how they'll behave. I would encourage us to think about maybe instead of optional pieces as future pieces. I think especially the community gathering space is going to be really, really important for this. A community garden is that, right? A community garden. And only having the beds, while excellent, I think we need to think about at least, we don't even have to get paved or whatever, but I think for the launch of this, there should be some sort of gathering space, a bench or two or something that are real, easy, low-hanging fruit to make sure that this does feel like a community gathering space for people. And then on the pedestrian, and I love shade structures and fruit trees. I think having a little orchard in there would be the coolest thing ever, but that's obviously expensive and takes some time and more irrigation and all that. So I totally understand that. With the pedestrian path, I think that including some sort of, as Mr. Arroyo alluded to, at least in the initial phase, having some native plants planted along there, because in its current, how the space looks right now, it's just a big dirt patch. And so I think that having some sort of vegetation in there to make it attractive from the get-go is important. And I think you can do some, not maybe planting to the full degree that we want to, but having native plants in there to begin with, and then also you need those native plants for the garden beds to be successful. But my highest level feedback is 2 thumbs up. I think this is great.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennie, and then Councilmember Hughes.
I don't want to delay this one too much, but one thought. So I'm assuming that the handicap parking is going to be off-street, and which made me think that we should make sure we have like a 10-minute unloading zone, so that people don't have to carry big bags of manure or something from a long distance, or just quickly unload their cars and then go park on the street kind of thing.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted that this is moving forward and that we have the expertise on our town staff to guide this forward, because I think it will really make this thing happen. So that is really fantastic. The only guidance I would suggest is on the path to make that simple to start, and not to invest the whole budget in the path when the real benefit comes from the garden. And so I think that, a simple, safe path would be great. I don't think that it has to be a gathering place necessarily, but let's get that, let's get that in there in a simple form, and then obviously we can go from there. But fantastic news, and it is wonderful when you can see an idea that comes from the community, assisted by the resources of the municipal government, and hopefully we'll keep that partnership going all the way through. One other thought was that at some point we probably should talk about the operating model for this garden. I know it's not tonight, but I know there were some ideas put out there, and it's going to be really important to understand how, again, we can tap into the community interest and effort and volunteerism to make this thing work. Otherwise, it would be pretty challenging.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have comments?
Well, I'll make a comment. I'm on board. Let's get started.
Great. I had a couple comments, and that is, for the garden, I think, up front, I think the items that were mentioned are going to be essential: fencing, handicap parking. I do like the addition of a drop-off area potentially. Raised garden beds obviously will be helpful to everybody. Potable water will be essential from the start. Tool shed and storage bins, I think, are important. I would put those as we're working. Let's just get the other stuff first. But yeah, those are good. What I thought about is, if we're going to do native plants along the sides, if that's part of the plan that will landscape this, I don't know if we need irrigation for that or not. We will need irrigation to get it established. So before we do the planting, I think the planning should be, where are we going to need irrigation and how will that go? The other question I had was, given that we have this pedestrian path that will be coming to there, will there be a pedestrian path along it? Will there be the ability for the pedestrian path to continue? I would like that at least looked at in the design, and potential space for a gathering area, which I don't think is important immediately to start it, but, as the beds are being set out or the layout is considered, where could there be a gathering area and how could the path continue through there so people can access? Because this is all behind houses. There's no sidewalk or anything. So in terms of the pedestrian path that we're talking about, you did mention, it's a ridiculous crosswalk where it goes from a street into this area and there's no sidewalks, and this will be a great way for kids to walk. And you also did mention biking, but we've only discussed this as a pedestrian path. So I think it might be important to consider, if cyclists are also going to use it, that whatever material we use would work for bikes and peds. I do know that Cupertino, the recently opened Rainyard path, none of it is paved. It's crushed granite, I think, and it doesn't work great when it's pouring rain, but it's permeable, it's simple. We can maybe get a pathway in that wouldn't be as expensive as pouring concrete, and it could be used for bikes to get through. So I think that would be important. Stormwater management. Yeah, so I was thinking a pervious path, and also to me, because I think about the path that goes, there's a relatively new path in San Jose, the Three Creeks Trail, and some of that only runs a block, but the trail in some places just has a little whimsical curve to it. And I think given that we've got this rectilinear space and we're going to eventually have plantings around it, just if it doesn't drive up the cost, consider not a straight shot. But certainly I think permeable can work really well. Councilmember Rennie.
So you're talking about continuing a path. Are you talking about continuing into San Jose? You realize that the left side of this becomes San Jose very quickly. So now
I'm just talking about along the community garden,
right,
because
so
the path will come to
continuing
it.
it past the community garden?
No, adjacent to the community garden, so that when you're on the path, you have a way to get through. So just somehow incorporated in that community garden space. Does that?
Okay. Sounded like you were talking about planning it to go beyond.
No, I think San Jose has something on their plans ultimately that is a bike corridor, so we would be doing a section of it, but I just meant I didn't want it to just truncate into community garden and no way to get to it or through it. So just a thought, a placeholder. Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
And I'll just add real quick. Yeah, that's how I have envisioned this, as well as like a meandering path that goes through the middle of it, that goes through the community garden to the end of the property on the far west side, that naturally guides you kind of through the whole thing, and you have garden beds on either side, kind of, and I think having it having a natural kind of curve to the pathway, I think, because we're probably only going to do the pathway once, I think that makes sense, and it makes it a lot more, green and nice.
I think we're high level, but what I said was the part where it's just path could be curved. I don't know. I mean, I think as you get into the work, it might be difficult to split the community gardens and have a path up the middle. If there is going to be a path, that is great. There's other community gardens I've biked past on the San Tomas Aquino Trail, where the trail goes immediately adjacent to all the community gardens. But I think all of that to be explored. Councilmember Rennie.
So again, I'm hearing possible inconsistency. So in your plan, you have fencing. So I was assuming you were going to put fencing in to secure the gardens. If that's the case, then I'm wondering why we need a fancy wandering path if really the only people going in are the ones that are working versus people wandering through and enjoying it. See that I wondering if we have a disconnect here, right? If we're fencing it off so that there's security, but then really only people with plots are supposed to be there. I'm wondering where we're headed.
Yeah, so I think there's ways to balance this, right? And this is why we do community engagement, is to hear varying opinions and ideas, and then figure out as designers how we can synthesize them. So I was like, oh, I got an idea. There could be a walking loop around the outside of the community garden, right? And maybe that's one thing we could look at. outside the fence line. So I think that the ideas, are important, but then it's our job as the design team to take them back and see what we can do to balance all the needs.
Right, and I'm sure you'll get a lot more ideas when you engage with the community and with the Parks Commission. Okay, so council members, any other comments or direction on this item? Okay, Councilmember Moore.
I'll add one last quick comment for the good of the order. I was not envisioning this as a place that only bed renters or owners can use. I think for me, this is this is maybe more depth than we need to get into right now, but I think if you have 75 beds in there, there's probably a lot of folks that are going to be, a family has a bed, or, I think there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. And so I just wouldn't want to limit us to thinking about only plot renters being able to enter the space, because I think that sort of takes away from the community space. Just a thought. I am not a community garden designer, but yeah.
Okay, it sounds like we have a few concepts to work through and get that community input and find out what are some practices in community gardens. All right. On that note, thank you so much, Director Burnham. Looking forward to the next steps. So with that, we'll be moving to item 12. And it looks like we have our management analyst, Ms. Young, to give the report on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Holly Young. I'm the analyst in the town manager's office. And the item before you is consideration of an enabling resolution to establish an equity commission entitled the Unity and Solidarity Commission, or TUSC for short. Diversity, equity, and inclusion has been a council strategic priority since 2021. In August of that year, council unanimously approved work with an equity consultant, American Leadership Forum Insights, or ALFI, to complete a discovery phase of work. ALFI engaged with the community and town partners to assess the level of understanding of equity efforts, identify barriers and opportunities, and develop a set of recommendations for moving forward. The discovery report was presented to council on September 6, 2022, and at that time, the council unanimously voted for the town to continue working with ALFI to assist with identifying justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, or JEDI, goals and action items. This process entailed ALFI convening a community advisory group to expand on each of the recommendations in the discovery report and provide concrete steps for implementing each recommendation. The group met on a monthly basis for 2.5 hours each meeting, beginning in February of this year. The implementation actions that resulted from those meetings can be found in attachment 2 to the report. The main recommendation coming out of the community advisory group was to establish TUSC in order to create more equitable opportunities and increase a sense of belonging for all Los Gatos community members and visitors through community engagement and collaborative activities. TUSC would be advisory to the council regarding implementation of the JEDI plan. The proposed commission makeup is for 15 members as outlined in the staff report, with the goal of broad diversity of members. Should the council wish to establish TUSC, staff recommends that the council also direct recruitment to occur this fall in line with the annual recruitment process and with the meetings beginning in January. Also want to note that staff will be returning to council on October 17th for consideration of the town's broader JEDI plan, and the implementation actions we're seeing tonight would be a piece of that JEDI plan. That way the council can consider all of the JEDI plan items together. And also at that meeting, there will be a discussion of all town boards, commissions, and committees. That concludes the report. Staff is available for questions. And we also have, I believe, Jenny Nicholas from ALFI, the town's consultant, here with us tonight on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I go to comments, I just wanted to let my fellow council members and people watching understand why the enabling resolution for a commission is coming forward separately from the plan. And it's primarily due to the fact that we have such a loaded agenda. We know we couldn't do both at once. And a primary request of this commission that's been working for over a year, and the fact that this is one of our strategic priorities and we're going on to the second year, was to create this commission. And I wanted to make sure that if we can move forward here, we have as much time as possible to recruit for this new commission instead of putting it off till the last second. So I want to make sure that if we do move forward with this, the entire community is aware of it and has the opportunity to apply. So with that, Councilmember Rennie.
So my question is actually around recruitment. I want to ask this before we do public comments so that maybe the public commenters can help me think through this. But the concern I have is your membership is too prescriptive. You've got one of these, one of those, and I understand it's supposed to be an inclusivity commission, so it makes sense to try to include everybody. But what if you can't get all these people? Or what if, you know, one arts and cultural commission, or what if somebody doesn't really want to do it, but they took it because, you know, they had, you know, somebody had to take it, and then they don't show up, and so now you have more trouble having quorums. Or you know, some of these ones, you get somebody initially and then the interest wanes, and, you know, are you okay that it's no longer a 15 commission and it's now really only 13 or 12 because you can't seat them all because it has to be exactly somebody of this type when you actually may have others of some other type, but you got too many of those. And my question is, do you have any other suggestions how to deal with the proscriptivity of this?
Thank you for the question. And this is something that we have had to work on for several of our other commissions, so we do have experience with this. And the other piece I would just add is that many of our commissions, it's not uncommon for the council to reconsider the enabling resolution over time and make adjustments as needed. So the proposal and the draft resolution that's before you tonight is just that. So if council in your wisdom and experience believe that 15 people is too many, then that's within your discretion to identify which members maybe we don't start off with right away. If you think that certain things are a little too prescriptive, then I think, you know, let's have a conversation about which ones might be more difficult. I know since we worked with a community advisory group to identify these particular stakeholders, there was intention behind each one. And I think assuming that there are participants who helped us through this process who might also apply, I think we've actually got a lot of the prescriptive pieces probably covered by members of our public, but we'll wait for public testimony on that. And everyone knows that it is a competitive recruitment process, so who knows, after more discussion, there might be even more people who are interested. But this item is really yours to discuss. So if you have, again, your own ideas about its name, its size, its composition, those are all variables that are within your discretion, and staff will be here to guide you and make suggestions. And I'm sure some of our public commenters might have ideas for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hughes, and then Vice Mayor, and then more.
Yeah, thank you. I assume this is sort of a recommendation of the Community Advisory Group coming forward. And so this group, I'm not sure how they were selected, but the question is, were there members of the public who had different ideas or opposing ideas to some of the elements of the plan? Were they included, to use the inclusivity phrase, in the effort of developing these recommendations?
Thank you for the question. So When we did the discovery report about a year ago, we had a broad base of community participants, and that was really the core group that carried forward into this effort. One of the considerations was creating a safe space for these conversations. And so that's why Holly and I did additional outreach to all of our boards and commissions this spring. We also conducted a general community workshop and have also been working with an internal staff equity team. So there was broader outreach. There's still more work to be done on the larger equity plan, and that's another reason why that's not before you tonight, because we did want a diversity of views. We had extended invitations to a broader segment of folks. For example, our partners with our local school districts, they were invited but ended up not. We only had one meeting where the assistant principal was able to join us. The rest of the school invitees were not able to. We invited several people from the business community. Only one was a regular member, and then we had also the chamber, the former executive director of the chamber, involved. So there were others invited, and then they kind of self-selected out. So, but again, we did deliberately do a broader public process just because we knew there would be other voices out there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Moore.
I don't have a copy of our council strategic priorities with me, but I don't recall a specific strategic priority was to complete a commission. I believe it was DEI efforts in general. That being said, if staff could explain the difference for me between a commission and a committee. Previously, we had a finance committee, and now it's a finance commission. I need to understand the differences between the two.
It's just semantics. So we have a library board, we have a general plan committee, and we have a planning commission. They're all advisory bodies to the council. So it's really nomenclature. There is no distinction between what a board is versus a committee versus a commission. And you're right, Vice Mayor, the strategic priorities were, one, to continue our equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts, and a second strategic priority was to evaluate our commission structure to determine its alignment with the council's strategic priorities. So those were two separate items without a particular direction from council to create this particular commission.
Thank you for that clarification. I just need it to be clear on that, and so that we all, are on the same page with that. That being said, I still have difficulty understanding the difference between a commission and a committee. If there's no difference, why did the finance committee just remain a finance committee?
Well, we had a ballot initiative, and part of that ballot initiative changed the name to commission.
But there must have been different powers. I mean, why just change a name?
There's no difference in the powers. It's really, that's why whenever we talk about our boards, committees, and commissions, we talk about them all together, and then it's a commission handbook, but it's applicable to all town boards, committees, and commissions. If you want to call this an equity commission or a committee or board, that is entirely up to you, but there's no substantive difference in terms of duties, powers, et cetera, between those three labels.
Okay, thank you for that.
I think the town attorney wants to add.
You might be thinking of, in the Brown Act, there's discussion of ad hoc committees and standing committees, and those are like subsets of a commission. But I agree with the town manager that to call a legislative body commission, committee, or board is a matter of semantics, and it doesn't have a legal implication.
Okay, so that being said, that's going to go to my next question. I'd like to know the difference between a task force and an ad hoc committee, because you're almost explaining it that it has to be maybe council members only, whereas, we had an ad hoc committee that was for fire safety that had 2 council members, but it also had a member of the public. But if you could define for me those differences as well, task force and ad hoc committee.
There's an exception in the Brown Act for having to have a noticed public meeting for ad hoc committees, and those can be composed solely of less than a quorum of the commission that oversees them or appoints them. And so it could consist of 2 members of the commission, but it could not consist of an additional member. And the reason for that is those meetings aren't publicly noticed. They're working on a short-term project and then reporting back to the commission that appointed them. And then there's also an exception for a task force, and that's not defined in the Brown Act, but that's a group of people that the chairperson appoints to advise him or her. And the reason those meetings aren't noticed is the information from the task force comes back to the full commission, and the commission meetings are publicly noticed with an agenda.
So a task force is a result of a commission or a committee?
Right. So the task force is appointed by 1 member of a commission to advise him or her. And then the ad hoc committee is appointed by a vote of the full commission. They take a vote on whether or not to form an ad hoc committee.
Okay. I'm still a little confused because, I did a little bit of research on, commissions and committees, and I did find it was hard for anybody or any municipality around here that actually had a commission with this type of name, or even a commission with Jedi, but I did come across the city of Mountain View, and the closest I could find there was a council ad hoc subcommittee on race, equity, and inclusion. But it consisted of 3 council members, so it wasn't really an ad hoc.
They have a large council, and so it sounds like they created an ad hoc committee by formal action, and it consists solely of less than a quorum of their council.
Thank you.
And Mountain View also has a Human Rights Commission, which they used, again, it's a different label, but they consider many of the same equity type issues at their Human Rights Commission.
Okay, I'll have some process questions later, but I'll stop for now.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question, a few others, but we can get to those after public comment. Specifically on the makeup, one of the categories is one Town of Los Gatos faith leader who leads a congregation in Los Gatos but does not reside in Los Gatos. Is there a reason that person was not supposed to reside in Los Gatos? I think, at a later point I might just want to cross off but does not live in Los Gatos. But was there a reason for that?
Well, again, I think we were trying to find some other voices. Again, this is within the discretion of the council. If the council says lives or does not live in Los Gatos, that's entirely up to you. But I know there are some faith leaders who might be interested but just can't afford to live here.
Right, agreed. And so I like the mayor may not reside language in here. I think that's helpful, and I think that's helpful for the business categories and might be better for the faith leader category. And I appreciate the comment that these have been kind of manufactured by the body, by the advisory group, and so I think these are good. And it's from the folks I've talked to that have been engaged here, there has been robust interest. But I appreciate the comment that if this doesn't end up working, we can tweak it. We can take members off. We can see if there's certain people that really aren't doesn't quite fit. Thank you.
Right, and we have created other commissions in the past where they've then changed compositions, like the BPAC, which we can get into. I'll go to Councilmember Hughes, and then we still have public comment, and then more discussion.
I was going to hold this till after public comment, but it's really related to Councilmember Moore's question. Isn't there a residency requirement for commissioners?
Each enabling resolution has their own requirements. And so I think the Youth Commission is probably the big, the one that is the most distinguished in that the student does not have to live in the corporate limits of Los Gatos, but they need to attend a school in Los Gatos, or they can live in Los Gatos but attend a school that maybe is outside of Los Gatos, such as a private school or some other entity.
Yeah, I guess other than the Youth Commission, and there's a reason for it. For instance, when we were dealing with senior services, everyone had to be a resident. And so are there any other committees or commissions where there's no residency requirement?
No, all the rest of them need to be, all of our adult commissions have a residency requirement for Los Gatos. So again, this is another variable that's up for your discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Right, and we're looking at a recommendation that came out of the body. We can discuss any of this. We can call it a commission, we can call it a board, we can change the number. Councilmember Rennie.
I want to question that about the residency, because are you sure we don't have something somewhere that says they have to be residents? Because I know, I remember being irritated years back on the council when we kicked the Montessorino member off the Parks Commission because there were council members said they didn't want anybody on a commission that couldn't vote for them. And so I didn't think we were just applying that to the Parks Commission at the time. I thought it was an overall commission thing.
Actually, you're right. I'm looking at our commission appointment, residency, and attendance requirements and establishing a quorum policy. And there are residency requirements within the incorporated municipal limits of the town of Los Gatos. And then there's a separate paragraph that addresses the Youth Commission. So again, should the council have a different opinion for this, and if you decide you want to add a new commission to the roster, then we would need to come back and update this policy accordingly.
And if I could follow up, I'm again trying to remember, the North 40 Advisory Committee that wrote the specific plan, we had prescriptive membership, like we needed a business owner in town and so forth. Do you recall if those all business owners, for example, also had to be residents? I'm just trying to figure out consistency.
I can speak to the...
I know that's tough.
That was before my time,
okay.
But I know that for our general plan committee, we once had a requirement for a business owner who also lived in town, and we were having a tough time filling that slot. So ultimately, council removed that particular requirement. I don't know if Director Paulson has any other insights.
No, I mean, I think the North 40 Advisory Committee the base was the General Plan Committee, and then I think there was 4 additional citizens that were appointed to that body.
So we have a second example of where we allowed a non-resident on a commission then. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it was a business owner and resident.
But then you said we couldn't fill the position, so we removed the business owner requirement.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I'm going to jump in, I think the Parks Commission used to have one member from Monte Sereno, and that was specific to that commission. Okay, I'll go to the town attorney.
I'll just add for discussion purposes. So there's a town code provision that says the town council may provide that residence in the town is a requirement for membership on a town board or commission.
Okay. So I think, okay, and then I'll go to Councilmember Moore. I think these things will be important as we move toward talking about the enabling resolution, but I think we want to hear from our public right after. Last comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for the attorney. So conversely, that does mean, though, that the council similarly has the authority to say non-Los Gatos residents can be on a commission.
Yes, although it does sound as if the town has a policy that would need to be updated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have a lot more questions after we hear from our public. I've got 3 hands on Zoom, but I'm going to defer to the room first. And I have Jeff Suzuki.
Good evening, everyone. I am not speaking as a complete streets and transportation commissioner right now, but as a private citizen, an individual member of the public. I served on this Jedi group, and I can personally attest to the fact that there was quite a bit of disagreement within this group. It wasn't like, yeah, let's go, more affordable housing and anti-racism. It wasn't like a bigger version of the anti-racism coalition. It was a bunch of people with varying views, with different priorities. Some people didn't really like affordable housing. Some people didn't see racial issues as being particularly important. But we talked through and we realized that having a commission like this, with various points of view, there's nothing in the commission draft that excludes various points of view, would make for a greater community. I'll speak from a little bit on my personal experiences for why I believe that this commission is quite important. I usually don't speak from personal experiences. My remarks are usually full of citations and stuff like that, but I think that from my own personal experiences, something like this is quite important. Once a Japanese mother, once I had started the coalition, and it was about a year into it, came up to me and described a situation about her son. Her son was about 10 years old, and he was very similar to me. He was fairly introverted, kind of awkward. He had ADHD, and he was being bullied relentlessly by other children. Part of that was because he didn't really fit in. He was quite idiosyncratic. And she, as a working mom, just like my mom, asked if this would be a good place to raise her children, to stay in the school district. And I couldn't say yes. I also couldn't say no, because I am blessed with the various privileges here. I was fairly well educated here, and I can't say that it was a mistake to raise me here in this community, but also I recognize that this place is hostile to a lot of people. That's the truth. I'm not speaking for all Asian Americans when I say this. Some people they don't feel very much racism, but other people feel like they have to get double eye surgery by the time they graduate. I know multiple people who have that, who have this sort of dysphoria when looking at the mirror, because they don't fit into this community. That's my personal experience. That's the experience of a lot of other Asian Americans, and that's the experience of a lot of people of color here. And we have to improve Los Gatos as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. The Vice Mayor Badami has a question for you.
Mr. Suzuki, thank you for sharing your perspective and your experience. Should we authorize the commission, what tangible items do you foresee that aren't already regulated by the state of California and the town of Los Gatos?
I don't understand your question. Can you repeat it?
What kind of action items can you insist upon that can be regulated among the group? I mean, what tangible action would you take? I mean, do you just make everybody feel nice and welcome? How would you propose doing that or enforcing it when people have a right to free speech and having their own opinions on things? How do you change human behavior?
Okay, so I'm hearing three different questions in your question. I'm hearing, how does the state regulate it?
Well, you're talking about affordable housing. I'm looking at how this is put together, and I think some of the goals is to advocate for affordable housing, which is regulated by the state of California anyway. But I'm trying to get an idea of what action items you would take.
I'm going to focus on one of these questions, which is sort of what exactly can be an action item that we can take with this commission.
Yes.
And when it comes to various proposals that do come through the town council that the town council might not be equipped to deal with bandwidth. Like, for example, there have been multiple racial incidents that have happened on the campus of Los Gatos High School, and there, unfortunately, due to the way that our commissions work and the school works, they're fairly siloed. When when there was basically there was a promposal, like a sort of prom proposal to somebody that had a depiction of a person getting lynched on a poster, there was a flood of comments for both the town council and for the schools to do something. But because the schools are fairly isolated from the town as a whole, there wasn't an overall link, a necessary link, a place where we can act as a community overall, because the town council is dealing with all sorts of bureaucratic stuff that it has to deal with. Having a dedicated community to committee to deal with something like that would be good. Having a dedicated committee to collaborate with the community in ways that the town currently cannot is what I see this committee doing. That is just one example. There are multiple examples, but I also don't want to spend the next 15 minutes explaining exactly everything that this committee could possibly do.
Well, I understand that. I'm trying to understand what we could do about bullying, because I think what you're kind of referring to with the racial incidents, in a way, it's bullying.
Yes, it is bullying. Are you making an allusion to free speech or something like that?
Well, that's also another component of what we're talking about here. I mean, sometimes people call names, and that's not nice.
Let me be 100% clear here. This isn't like a censorship commission or a commission that will ban speech and burn Confederate flags or anything like that. This is a commission for furthering public discourse about various policies that would not be proposed in any other space. And I'm not, when I say policies, I don't mean things that would flagrantly destroy the First Amendment rights. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we as a community can maybe do something more about bigotry towards people of color. Does that mean being 100% punitive towards people who have done those crimes? It might be if they violated some laws, but it also means supporting the groups that have been punished by these bullies. It means providing more support, providing a space where people feel supported. And unfortunately, a lot of people in this community, they do not feel supported. This is a fact. You can say whatever you want about them, but that's just how a lot of Los Gatos residents feel.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand the charter, and you kind of nailed it. It's more focused on space and support. Am I correct in that?
That is one component of it for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we didn't have any other questions. Ronald Meyer.
I am speaking out against enabling resolution and the establishment of this Unity and Solidarity Commission. I have read the Alfie report, the Discovery report, the Tusk Charter, and the recommendations dated 2/2023. The Alfie report, attachment 2 states, when it became clear that the town could be doing more to create a welcoming community in Los Gatos. What was the evidence? How was it so clear? I haven't seen anything in any of the documentation to substantiate that assertion. The 4/22/22 Los Gatos Community Survey data key findings basically contradicts all of the claims in all of these Alfie recommendations reports. In fact, it contradicts what the previous speaker just said. The majority of residents rated the town of Los Gatos as either an excellent or good place to live, raise children, retire, where you feel welcomed. The majority of residents indicated that the overall quality of the town police services, etc., was the most important to them. Almost all residents are satisfied with the overall feeling of safety in the town. Residents are most satisfied with the professionalism of the town staff and police officers, et cetera, et cetera. The public safety service is the most important to the town residents. The top 3 most important were the maintenance of streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure services. DEI was not even on the radar. The major findings. The majority of residents rated the town of Los Gatos as either an excellent or good place to live, raise children, work, retire, where you feel welcomed, in capital letters. Almost all residents rated the town as either an excellent or good place to live and as a place to raise children. 93.4%, 97.2%. Compared to the national average in both of these categories, the town's rating is above average. The national average is 49.7 and 31 percentage points. Over 3/4, 79% of residents indicated that they think they still would be living in the town of Los Gatos 5 years from now. The Alfrey report does not reflect the town's findings in that survey. What was the identified problem in the Alfrey report? I didn't see any. What was the identified scope of the problem? I didn't see any. What objective facts, evidence, and data were used to quantify and qualify this and the report's assertions? Where are the KPIs and metrics to support those claims? What gaps were identified and by what objective facts, evidence, and data? What was the problem being identified in the Alfrey report? There was none.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for always coming to our meetings and being here as a member of the community. I wanted to ask, do you believe that racism exists in Los Gatos?
I don't know. I don't have any facts or data or evidence in any of these reports to quantify and qualify it. I'm a data guy.
Right,
Show me the data. Show me the data. I don't see it.
So your answer no?
I said I don't see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to get into an argument? Is that what you're trying to do?
Would you like to be excused or would you like to take the question from the Vice Mayor?
I'm trying to take the asking, but I'm trying to see clarification on what he's trying to do.
We're asking the questions. You may answer at this point.
Well,
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, is there diversity in your neighborhood, and is your neighborhood welcoming?
Yes, it is. On my block alone, there are 3 Indian families, a Persian family, a Chinese family, and then us 3 white people.
Thank you.
That's on my block. And throughout the community, there are blacks, Hispanics, Persians, Indians. It's a very diverse, the Gatos, Bellwood area is very diverse.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Oh, one other thing. I will be buying this book and giving a copy to everybody on the town council.
Thank you. You may hand it to our, you may talk to our staff.
I will do that. It shows the underlying premise is Marxism.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Richard Cananan.
How will this commission improve the lives of and unite the residents of Los Gatos, and how much is it going to cost to implement the requests from this commission? Why are you voting on this tonight before you get a chance to review the results of the study, which will be intended to obtain information to determine the reasons for this commission? I've lived in Los Gatos for over 40 years, and I have welcomed the diversity of our new residents. I also see how diverse the people are who visit Los Gatos and shop and dine here. If Los Gatos was as awful as some of you have suggested, then why would those 2 statements be true? Is the purpose of this commission to create an economic redistribution of wealth or to help ensure that we can live together in harmony, or something else? It's not clear to me what you hope to accomplish. What does success look like to you? Who chooses the members of this commission? It's my belief that everybody has biases, and if those who choose the members of the commission have the same biases, then we will end up with a biased rather than a balanced commission. Is this your intention? What are the goals and objectives of the commission, and how do you feel, how will you tell when they've been successful or not? Will you disband when your objectives have been met, or will this go on forever? How much will implementation of the Jedi Commission's suggestions cost? at a time when Los Gatos faces enormous challenges to comply with California housing laws, is it really a good idea to increase the workload of the town staff to accomplish ill-defined goals? I would love to be on the commission, if it is formed, to help assure that we have a variety of perspectives represented, such as the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, Every Black Life Matters, Color Us United, the Frederick Douglass Leadership Institute, and Braver Angels. In conclusion, how will this commission improve the lives of and unite the residents of Los Gatos, and how much is it going to cost? If you cannot answer those questions, then we need to at least defer any vote on this until after the staff report on this matter has been released next month. The Residents' Council and staff should have a chance to review the findings from that report before you consider any town council vote on this matter. Please do not vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I'll move to Verily Isaacs.
Before I get started, I just want to say that Bellarmine actually has a Unity Commission, and that's something that I invite you all to look at. So good evening. This is late. I'm up past my bedtime, so bear with me. My name is Verily Isaacs. I live here in Los Gatos, and for the last 8 months, I've been a member of the town's Jedi Community Advisory Group. My husband, son, and I moved to Los Gatos in 2011, so we've lived here about 12 years. That said, I've been a satellite resident, that's what I call myself, of Los Gatos for roughly 50 years because my dad, many of whom you know, Jack Van Neda, my stepmom, my siblings, they've all lived here. I share this information with you because I want you to know that I have a lot of lived history in this town. My husband and I chose to buy a home in Los Gatos because of the town's beauty, its schools, and the proximity to my parents. My husband and I both needed to work to afford our house, and like so many people today, we could not afford childcare on top of our mortgage. Lucky for us, my amazing parents wanted to help us out. My parents watched my son every day after school, taking him to sporting events and play dates. Again, they parented because I couldn't, I had to work. I am a former event professional in the tech sector. I left my job in 2017 after 13 eventful years. I left for many reasons, but the most important one was because my son was getting older and I wanted to be a mom before he flew the coop. I wanted to volunteer at his school, get to know his teachers and friends, and I wanted to be a part of this community. I executed the stay-at-home mom phase like a job. I laid out a plan to experience different groups throughout the town to see where I fit. I kicked off my volunteer efforts by helping execute a Van Meter graduation event, and I followed that by joining Leadership Los Gatos, which is a fantastic 8-month program sponsored by the town and supported by our amazing Chamber of Commerce. After that, I joined the Democracy Tent, where my dad and his friends were members. I got to know some of our long-term residents, where discussions were centered on important topics that impacted our town, topics like housing, town finances, safe streets, and our schools. After that, my husband and I joined Boys Team Charity with our son. BTC is a philanthropic entity that supports different local charities and nonprofit organizations and teaches our kids about the importance of giving back. Our desire was to foster in our son a lifelong commitment of putting others first. A year later, I joined community efforts in organizing and executing United Against Hate. I got involved because of the divisive events that were occurring in our community as well as across the country. I wanted to teach my son to lead by example and how to show up to be a part of the solution. I share my volunteer experiences with you because I want to tell you firsthand, after meeting hundreds of different people from...
Your time is up. Councilmember Moore.
I'll ask the speaker to wrap up her comments if that's appropriate.
How many more sentences do you have?
A few.
The timing thing.
Shoot, and I wish I had talked faster, but I want to share my volunteer experiences with you because after meeting hundreds of different people from Los Gatos businesses, schools, religious institutions, and community organizations, that Los Gatos is an incredible and diverse community. And if you haven't paid attention who really lives and works or visits here, I invite you to look around and engage. I'll skip, but shoot, there was good stuff. Is there any chance I could have a little bit longer?
Only if a council member asks you to, if you have anything else to add. Is there a specific point that you didn't make, one point that you would like to share?
Well, I just want to share that in my job, how blessed I was to travel. I gained a love and appreciation for learning about new cultures, traditions, and foods. Because I traveled for work, it was critical to understand the laws and etiquette in each new country I visited. My travel experiences have made my life richer in so many ways, and I believe that a global mindset, along with empathy, are two of the most important traits our kids must learn to succeed in the future.
Thank you. I can't make that many exceptions. Councilmember Moore.
Can I ask, do you support or oppose the creation of the commission?
I absolutely support it. So what I want to promote is I hear a lot of you asking, what will this commission do? And as a former event professional and having met all these different groups, there's a huge opportunity for these community members to come together on like-minded goals and values and create a community calendar so that our community can move in unison on things that we're all passionate about. I see a ton of redundancy as it pertains to volunteers that are asked to come and support things, money that's being requested from the town and others. And I think if we had a unity commission that can align on some of this important work, that we could be a lot more productive and wise with our money.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennie.
I don't really understand what she just said, and I can't think of a way to ask the question to understand it better. Maybe again, what would be the top two goals of this commission?
Okay, so I really wish I could read this because it puts it into context. And I'm so sorry that 3 minutes just isn't enough time when you're talking about something so important. I think that I hear a lot of people saying this is such a loving and welcoming community, and sure it is. What kid is going to stand up and tell you or brag about being bullied or kicked or hurt or marginalized? You know, I think what's so hard is what our kids are going through in the schools today is very traumatic. And it breaks my heart that we just want to say, you know, everyone belongs here. Everybody, you know, loves it here. Sure, you can say that because your lived experience has not been theirs.
So you're saying one of your goals is that we'd find ways that the kids wouldn't feel bullied in schools?
It's not just bullied in school. And you asked how we do that. Bystander intervention training. There's tons of resources, and our kids are bringing up a lot of these ideas. And having kids on this commission, I think, would enrich this community.
Look, can I ask a different question while I still have the floor?
Sure.
I'm wondering about the name for this commission. Were you involved in naming the commission? What does solidarity really mean in the name of this commission? So
I was not involved in adding solidarity. I am fully supportive of the word Unity Commission. And like I said, I looked at Bellarmine and efforts that they have done. I've looked at some other organizations, and it makes sense to me. In fact, if you look at, I think it was the 2020 school district newsletter, if you look at their strategies, priorities, and objectives, I think they were the first flyer that I saw that said Unity Commission. And I almost brought it in tonight, and I forgot. But I would love to bring that in, and I'd love to share that with you, that our schools, our institutions, our fabulous library, NUMU, all of these amazing resources that this community have objectives and goals and supportive programs that just support, be who you are. You know, whoever you are, you belong here in Los Gatos.
Thank you. I'll let Mr. Moore ask.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, and real quick, and it sounded like another one of the tangibles that you just brought up was the community calendar. So that's a calendar of lots of different events that are all pertaining to different groups and all of that.
So my big observation in spending years participating in all these groups is realizing how many similarities where our values align and we're all going after something. What I would love to see this commission really own is a calendar of events for this town that allow us to combine all of our efforts. Perhaps those efforts are combined with other national campaigns, just so we can all be moving in the same direction and so that we can align on messaging. And I think that that would be one of the primary things that this Unity Commission would drive.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
And I'll remind people that when you send, you can always write into us and you're not limited to 3 minutes, but I know how that goes. Our next speaker is Dominic Broadhead.
Hello, my name is Dominic Broadhead, and I was also a member of the Jedi Community Advisory Group. I had the honor of working with several brilliant minds within Los Gatos, from students to residents, to teachers, to parents, to business owners. The members of this group have spent many hours over many weeks on a Jedi work plan that this Unity and Solidarity Commission can carry out. Tonight, we're not asking for any specific financial commitment or any specific DEI initiative. We are simply asking that a commission be established to continue the work. In the early meetings of this community advisory group, there were many concerns about the follow-through after the meetings concluded. By establishing a commission, it creates a tangible investment in something that this town so desperately needs and puts all those concerns to rest. The town council included diversity, equity, and inclusion in their approved strategic priorities for 2023 and 2025, which many other people have already mentioned. But this is the way to do it. I want to make it very, very clear that the establishment of this community or this commission does not take away anything from anyone. So we're not taking resources away from anyone or opportunities away from anyone or, again, anything away from anyone. It simply gives those that don't feel represented within this community a space to be heard, seen, and welcome. Since I have more time, I know that I can clarify the use of solidarity was to express the support for marginalized communities. So not only showing that we would like to unite as a community, but also express and show that we do understand that there are communities within our community that are marginalized, and that there's solidarity with that. As far as tangible items that we can do, if you do have the charter in front of you, there are very specific examples within that tangible items. An example that I gave during the meetings is that every single person that wants to do an event within the town does need to go through a permitting process, including something within that permitting process to ensure that Jedi ideals are within that event, or that that event is welcome to everyone within the community, is a very, very small, very, very easy, very, very tangible way to make sure that the entire town feels unified and gets the point across. Also making sure that existing town events have elements of Jedi within them. Specifically, there's Spring on the Green, there is the Children's Holiday Parade. There are many more other events that we can specifically do that with.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie and then Councilmember Moore.
So I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Going back, kind of the Vice Mayor asked, what are specific things, and you started to say some of those. And when I looked at the enabling resolution, as you just told me to, a couple interesting things popped out. So it talks about to create more equitable opportunities and increase sense of belonging for the Los Gatos community. That sounds good. Do you have ideas? What does that mean? How do we do more of that? Do you yet have any idea? Know how we would do that?
Yeah, I mean, so an example that I was saying before with special events, like making more equitable and creating a sense of belonging. for instance, to bring up housing, if we haven't all heard enough about it, is I myself work in the town of Los Gatos, but I cannot afford to live here. So this commission not necessarily needs to put something in place, but is a sounding board for the council to brainstorm ideas on how we can get more people that work here able to live here. I care deeply about this community and the work that I do for it. And I think that it's a shame that, you know, I have to live so far away and be able to support it. Does that answer your question?
Starts to, thank you.
Starts to, okay.
Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Dominic, thank you very much for being here, especially when you won't have the quick commute back home that some of us will. I do not mean to put you on the spot, and if you don't feel comfortable answering this question, please just say, I don't feel comfortable answering that question. Have you ever felt unwelcomed in Los Gatos as a town employee?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you say a little bit about that? Because I think there's folks here that because they haven't had that lived experience, don't believe that or don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I am part of several marginalized communities as just existing. So walking down the street, being comfortable with my partner isn't necessarily welcoming in this community. The color of my skin isn't necessarily welcoming in this community. And because I have very strong opinions towards that as well, I've also experienced hate speech and have experienced very negative comments towards myself directly based on those opinions that I've had based off of my lived experiences.
Thank you for sharing that, and I'm sorry you've had to go through that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your comments. So back to some of the goals that you hope to accomplish. You had mentioned affordable housing, that you can't really afford to live here. But again, this is what goes back to one of my original questions, probably to Mr. Suzuki, is that these are things that the state of California regulates, and we're trying to get a housing element certified, and we're trying to follow the law, and that is we have a certain percentage of very low and low income housing. So there are things that the town is doing and the state is doing that we can't circumvent. We're trying to follow the law and provide for that. So I don't know what more different, you could do to advocate for that, because we are advocating for that now.
I think, too, it's accessibility to it. So, for instance, like I said, I work here, but I had no idea there was affordable housing within the town of Los Gatos. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that applies to. So how it's advertised, how it's marketed, or however you get that word out there. I'm sorry that I don't have a just straightforward answer for you. If I did, then I would probably be a millionaire because I would have solved the housing crisis. But unfortunately, they're not all easy answers, and none of this is going to be fixed with a flip of a switch. But the effort will be there, and I think that's the most important thing.
Okay, and I just wanted to address one other thing, and that was your comments about, hopefully the town can do more events that maybe feel more inclusive. And I know, people coordinate with the Chamber of Commerce, but we did recently have a drag queen story time in the library, and the holiday parade. Anybody can reserve a spot. It doesn't exclude anybody.
Yes, but if you did you attend the drag queen story time?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I personally was very excited to see an event like that come to this town. I think it's something that was definitely needed, and a huge representation for a very marginalized part of this community. Unfortunately, there were protesters, and there was massive amount of backlash because of that event from members of this community, specifically towards Am I out of time? I received it. The employees of the library received it. I know that there are town employees that received backlash as well. So yes, we were having those events, but we had to have a police officer at the library while someone read a book. That's absurd.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
I appreciate your perspective and hearing some of the words that are difficult to listen to, and so I appreciate your coming forward with this. I guess what I would ask is, what you're talking about now and the questions you're getting from the council members, isn't that more about what the commission would do rather than, you know, the rationale and the membership on the commission? In other words, you're really talking about, I think, is actions that should be part of a work plan, and that I would favor tangible actions as part of that. It's very difficult to make the connection to the formation of the commission without understanding the work that needs to be done. Would you agree that most of this has been about what you think and what others think is the work that needs to be done?
I think that there's very obvious work that can be done without needing a work plan. I think the work plan is a strong tool for the commission to use.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mayor, attachment 2 is the work plan. So it's in the packet. What's not in your packet tonight are the additional JEDI ideas that we have based on the additional community outreach that was done in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. It's been a while, and I'm here actually as a resident and also as a member of the Advisory Committee, no longer as the Chamber of Commerce Executive Director, which is kind of funny. However, it was probably about 3 years ago that we all, there was a group of us that all stood out on at the Town Plaza Park, and we had a group of about 20, 25 people, and we unveiled the street pole banners that were Listen, Learn, Change, and Grow. And they certainly caused a lot of controversy in town. And I remember, thinking how all of us had completely different opinions about what those words meant that were going to go up on our street pole banner, that were going to be the street pole banners, and everybody's going to see them, and everybody had different ideas about them. And it was at that initial gathering that the idea rose about how we needed a commission or a council-appointed group that would talk about unity in our community, because we were seeing more and more division, whether it was the national politics, or it was what was happening to our mayor at the time, or what was happening in the interfaith community, and at first, I really actually wasn't in favor of it, which is why it's interesting that I'm here tonight in support of it, because I thought, gosh, do we need another commission? Can't we just all sit down? And we, talked about having community conversations, but the community conversations weren't really happening as I sort of thought they should. So after we, the council suggested that we hire consultants to come in, the consultants did a discovery report, and in fact, we did see that there were some cracks in the community here and in our neighborhoods. And I think the biggest question that kept coming to my mind is the bandwidth. And bandwidth meaning, what could our community handle? There was the one side that was pushing to have this unity commission, and there's another side that's saying, no, we don't want any DEI. And that's what the beauty is of a commission like that, is because they actually are having those conversations, and they're grappling with what can we handle as a community, and what should we handle, and how can we progress all together, and not maybe be as divided as we have been these last couple of years. So that's, I think, the importance of it. I took it a little different angle there, but I think that is the reason that I would like you to endorse enabling this commission to happen.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Ms. Summers, for your comments. So how do we progress all together in unity when there are diverse voices in town? And you've been here in this council meeting for some of the agenda items, and I think you remember there are 3-2 votes even up here at council. So how do you expect the community pull together in unity when we have different voices, different opinions, maybe some people have different biases, we can't change human behavior. How do we move together?
So I absolutely do not think that we're ever going to see eye to eye, but I think that is the importance right there. You just nailed it, is why we need a unity commission to at least be able to be in a room together and have those conversations. Being a part of that advisory group, it was very contentious at times. There were arguments, there were tears, there were, but it was the first time, and we talk about safe places to have conversations so that we can really, evolve or to understand where the shoes that each other are wearing. And I think that's why I don't think the council wants to have that responsibility unilaterally. I don't think the staff wants to have that responsibility completely. I think you want to hear outside voices, which to go along with, why do we want people from outside the community to serve on this commission? It's because the residents community in this community probably primarily do all feel the same way, that they're welcomed and that they belong here. But it is the visitors that come in from out of town, and do they feel that welcomed? And the ones that maybe want to move here, are they feeling welcomed and included? And so I think a group like this that has a lot of representation is going to be beneficial to all of the decision makers and the leaders in town.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else wanting to ask you any questions. Thank you. It's late. The last card I have, and then I have hands on Zoom, is Susan Burnett.
Council, my name is Susan Burnett, and I am on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking not as a Planning Commissioner. So I just want the Town Council to look at when we instituted the 2040 General Plan, and we instituted brought up the element, let's see, I have all my notes here, racial, social, and environmental justice element. It's an important element. And we had an implementation program set with goals and how to carry out those 16, I think there were 16 programs. So now what I'd like the Town Council to do, compare that to what ALFI has recommended in their implementation program, and you'll see that there is quite a difference. And the ALFI implementation program involves the council at a very high level, and I believe there's more cost involved. So just asking the Town Council to compare what our 2040 General Plan requested, it was an element, and then we did hire as a consultant ALFI to implement the program, but their program is different than what is in the 2040 General Plan. And along with that, we are going to have more staff work to be done on this. There's going to be more work for the town clerk and the town attorney. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying we don't need to look at this, but I'm saying we need to look at it carefully because there are differences here. So I don't want to go page by page, but just reading through it, I did notice it was quite a bit of difference. So just making that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I mean, our general plan has and our housing element, everything has a lot of implementation programs. So can you speak for a moment to the intersectionality between what's in our general plan and what is in the report?
Absolutely. And in fact, the racial, social, and environmental justice element of the 2040 plan was provided to the advisory group as background information. So there was deliberate intention not to replicate everything that was already in the general plan. So it was really knowing the implementation actions and programs that are already being asked of us, what more could we be doing? And that's really part of the conversation that we'll have on October 17th is really how do we stitch all of this together?
Thank you. Because in my observation, our commissions are not limited to what our other commissions are not limited to implementation that's in our general plan. Okay, that is all the cards I have. So now I'm going to go to Zoom, and I have 6 speakers right now. Ali Miano, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for taking my comment. Although I belong to the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, I speak to you as a private citizen who participated in the JEDI Working Group and belongs to the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. At a meeting in your chamber where you all are last week, a few speakers said that our fair town doesn't have a problem with racism. And if you agree with that statement, I suggest you look around the room for who's ever left and think again. I ask you, how many of your neighbors are Black? How many of your neighbors are of Mexican or indigenous origin, to give just a few examples? Even people with a short memory should remember the harassment of our previous mayor, who's of Filipino background, just 2 years ago, so much so that over 2,000 people marched in solidarity against hate. They marched against racism. A former mayor of Saratoga, a Chinese American, tells me that she too was harassed in Los Gatos and told to go home. The problem is that racism is a part of our history and we don't even know it. Did you know that in 1883, a man named Encarnacion Garcia of Mexican origin was lynched and hung from the Los Gatos Bridge, which probably half of you walked or drove over to get to the council meeting tonight? Most of us pass over the bridge without even a thought of Mr. Garcia, but he was hung there without a trial, even though he reportedly admitted to a killing and said that it was in self-defense. After the lynching, the Sacramento Daily Union said, and I quote, "The community was undisturbed and dumb as oysters as to what had occurred. The perpetrators of the lynching were never brought to justice." Fast forward almost 100 years, and Los Gatos was still an inhospitable place for Mexican Americans. I was away at college at the time and came home to find that the town council was considering an ordinance, which it later passed, banning cruising, which just happened to be associated with low-riding Chicanos. I've lived in Los Gatos for nearly 60 years. I went to Westmont High School, where I had dozens of Mexican-American friends from Campbell, but only one from Los Gatos. I hope that the commission could help us part company with this history. It's true that we don't have lynchings anymore, and cruising is about to be permitted in all of California again. But according to the U.S. Census Bureau, our population is less than 1% Black and Indigenous, and only 8% Latino. And the Census Bureau doesn't even tell us how many of those Latinos may be from minoritized backgrounds. And Los Gatos is only 6% Asian. It's 75% white. If we want to continue to improve, we need a commission that will support efforts to make this a welcoming place for everyone. We need to shake things up and stop being as dumb as oysters. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Miano, Dr. Miano. Our next speaker, hold on, is Galt Goldenthal. Who just disappeared from the screen. Okay, I'll go to the next. Okay, Galt, you can unmute yourself, I think. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Galit Lipsitz Goldenthal, and I'm a Los Gatos resident. I'm a mother of 3. My children go to 3 different schools here in Los Gatos. And 2 years ago, by the Starbucks at the corner of Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Los Gatos Boulevard, my family saw swastikas. And we are of Jewish faith, and this was the high holidays. And it was very, very disturbing because we did think we were living in a welcoming, diverse community. But that opened our eyes, and we felt marginalized. And I echo the things that Mr. Suzuki said. I've been listening more to my kids, and I think there is a problem in Los Gatos to the communities that were described before, and also to my community. So as you can see from the direction I'm going, I completely support the task, and I hope that you approve it. One more thing is I'm also a member of the Jewish Community Relation Council here at the JCC, and I am also speaking on behalf of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Galit, and I apologize. The writing is small on this computer, and I should have put on my glasses.
It's all good.
All right, I don't see any other questions for you. Our next speaker is Kylie Clark.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for being here so late tonight. My name is Kylie Clark, and I was a member of the Community Advisory Group that helped put the recommendation for this committee together. This group of dedicated, committed, and involved community members met regularly to review the recommendations of ALFI and to shape it into something that will best serve the town we all know and love. Through our work, one thing was very clear. This is just the beginning. Los Gatos has a lot of work to do, and it's no secret that capacity is a challenge. That is why we need the Unity and Solidarity Commission. There are people who would gladly volunteer to do this work. They just need the opportunity to do so. And having served on the advisory group, I can tell you that despite the relatively large size of this commission, you wouldn't have trouble filling the seats. Because there is such great need for this work in Los Gatos, there is a hunger amongst community members to hit the ground running and to get things done. I'm personally excited about the no residency requirement for some of the seats because there are people who can't afford to live in town but are deeply involved nonetheless. And I think because the goal of this commission is inclusion, it would make sense to update the policy to allow non-residents to serve on it. Regarding what the commission will do, there is a list of recommendations from ALFI, such as develop safe spaces, create policies and practices to ensure personal safety, utilize art and community engagement, provide spaces for dialogue, collaborate with school districts, celebrate culturally significant holidays, and so much more. The commission could even create a community-wide campaign. The possibilities are truly abundant. I want to take this opportunity to remind the council that just because you haven't yourself experienced discrimination in Los Gatos does not mean it doesn't exist. As council members, it's not your job to represent your experiences and views and yours alone. It's your job to listen to your constituents, whether or not they look like you or have similar backgrounds. And your constituents are telling you that they don't feel safe in Los Gatos. That's all the evidence we should need. This is a problem and it isn't going to fix itself. Los Gatos needs to make a genuine commitment to transforming our community into a place of unity and standing in solidarity with our community members who are struggling to belong. Establishing the Unity and Solidarity Commission is a way to go beyond words and to truly demonstrate a commitment to DEI, which you all agreed is a strategic priority for the town. This is how we move towards meeting this priority. Please keep in mind that the ways we work on these priorities are separate from the priorities themselves. So establishing this commission isn't a priority, but it is how we demonstrate commitment to the DEI priority. We have commissions for things that matter to the town and that matter to our community, things like finance, complete streets, and art. Now it's time to establish a commission for one of our biggest growth opportunities. I'm excited to embark on this work with you all and to see where this commission takes us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, and it's almost 3 a.m., I think, where you are, so thank you for hanging with us. My next speaker on Zoom is Jake Wild.
Hi, good evening, almost midnight, or good night. My name is Jake Wild, and I'm speaking tonight in support of adopting the enabling resolution. I've said it before, and I've heard it said many times now, but for some data, according to the Othering and Belonging Institute of Berkeley, Los Gatos is the 7th most segregated city in the Bay Area and has the 4th and 5th most segregated neighborhoods. And the Affirmatively Further Fair Housing Report on Los Gatos from UC Merced makes similar findings. That level of segregation doesn't just happen. It doesn't just come out of nowhere. You can say you don't see any racism or discrimination or whatnot, but the reality is that the mechanisms of discrimination are literally embedded in the urban fabric. And the town really needs a body that can sit down and interact with the social and systemic barriers that have created these conditions and that continue to perpetuate these conditions. And to speak on some of my own like personal experience working and living in Los Gatos. I'm gay and my partner lives in Los Gatos, and I have been called homophobic slurs while walking around town. And that's just the reality of the situation. And the way you can begin to mend stuff like that is creating a body like this and creating a diverse community of many backgrounds through the plentiful proliferation of housing. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone who wants to ask you any questions, so I'll move to our last hand on Zoom, Kinsey Lee.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition to voice my support for the Unity and Solidarity Commission. I am proud of our general plan. It's an ambitious undertaking for Los Gatos to lead sustainable infrastructure to ensure we honor the strategic priorities and principles we've set for ourselves. The Unity and Solidarity Commission and others like it are a perfect opportunity to engage the community in the town's pursuits. I know I look forward to serving my hometown in any way I can, and I know many of my neighbors feel the same. This commission will enable residents, young and old, to enact lasting, on-the-ground change in their own neighborhoods. In introducing the warmth of this town to others, active community members will undoubtedly open doors new to them in turn. I want to live in a place that strives for something more than self-satisfaction. With just the establishment of the Unity and Solidarity Commission, we could take our first steps in fostering such growth. Thank you.
Thank you. And I actually have one more hand on Zoom, Ann Rowley.
Hi, I think you can hear me. I want to appreciate all your service and for staying up so late. I'm sure everybody's pretty tired right now. I just wanted to voice my support for this Unity and Solidarity Commission. It's my belief that this is an internal process also, not just external. That there's a lot of healing that needs to be taken place in the community with the experiences that I've heard tonight. I'm studying nonviolent communication right now, and I think that would be a very valuable teaching for the community and for this commission. The only suggestion that I can make from listening tonight is that there seems to be a sense of criticism of our community, and I don't think that's going to make a lot of friends. I guess I feel like, and not that I'm taking it personally, but I think there could be more positive types of directions. I mean, even with the Los Gatos United Against Hate, that was the march that was done. It could have said Los Gatos United for acceptance and belonging versus against, just some more positive direction. So that's all I really have to say. I have other things that I would like to contribute, but I'm so tired right now, I can't really formulate my thoughts. But I just wanted to voice my support and encouragement. And I'm really excited that this is a possibility for Los Gatos. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. So with that, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rowley. Oh, no. Okay. So with that, I will close the public comment and move to my fellow council members, Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Rennie.
It looks like the attorney was maybe raising her hand. Do we need to extend the meeting?
Oh, right. It's almost midnight. So do we have a motion to continue, or is everyone ready to just go home? Councilmember Rennie.
I'm ready to go home, but I'll make a motion to continue for another 20 minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion to go to 12:20. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we've got 20 minutes on the clock. So, council members, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the public commenters we heard today. I think that was very helpful feedback for all of us, and I think, for me, answered a lot of questions. I'm very grateful to be considering this item this evening. I believe this commission is absolutely necessary to do the diversity, equity, inclusion work we all agreed is important and a shared value in our strategic priorities. When I went and knocked on thousands of people's doors in this community, I heard the sentiment from non-white community members time and time again that they do not feel, that certain members of the community do not feel welcome in this community. I heard residents say to my face when I asked them what their biggest concerns were in the town that they were called names that I cannot say at this meeting. I know that it can be hard for some people to believe, but part of our job as council members is listening to and believing the experiences of our constituents, even if we have not seen or experienced them firsthand. I have not ever faced discrimination in this town, and I think that's to be expected. I am a white guy. That's what we're hearing, right? But if even one of our black and brown neighbors, which we have heard from tonight, is made to feel unwelcome and unsafe in our community, we as a council are failing our constituents. A Unity and Solidarity Commission or a Equity Commission will help all of us learn from the diverse experiences of those in our community. And this commission is not just about supporting people of color in town, but also religious groups and the LGBTQ community and women and older adults and young people and all of those who are struggling economically to keep their heads above water in our town. I've heard some sentiments this evening of leaning on the Jedi Plan. I think that's great. I think the Jedi Plan is incredibly important. The 1.1 action step of goal number 1 is to establish this commission. I'll conclude by saying that if appeals to the importance of this body are not terribly persuasive, I know that none of us want to be the council members on the front page of the Mercury News or the Los Gatos tomorrow morning. And we would show up in that newspaper for good reason. If we do not support this commission, we will be seen as a town that is not willing to do the work to make our community more accepting. Los Gatos currently has a reputation, an undisputable reputation in some parts of the Bay Area for being a place that is not inclusive, and voting against the creation of this commission will only further that reputation. I want to prove those who say Los Gatos is an exclusive place wrong, but in order to do that, we actually have to do the hard, reflective work that this commission will take on. We've heard from several residents who specifically shared their experiences of discrimination and give their examples of discrimination and said that this commission is the very best step that we can make today to make our community a more welcoming and accepting place for everyone. I believe this commission is absolutely vital to our community, and I encourage you to vote for its establishment.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
My brain's not too together here. Let's see if we can put it together. So I do see, I'm, I think it's been good set of questions and hearing from various members of our public. I see the value of the commission, I think mostly because, as Mr. Moore said, I'm also a white guy, and don't experience these things, and it's harder for me to imagine what the solutions are. I felt like I think his name was Dominic, picking on Dominic too much, but he's the kind of person that I could see adding value to this commission because he's had the experiences and may have some ideas how to make things better. I don't think there's a magic wand. I don't think Dominic's ever going to get to the point where there isn't something bad said to him, but maybe there's ideas to reduce it. Maybe there's ideas to help, like he feels like he belongs more, even though we're not going to, I really don't think we could completely eliminate, the hate speech that's going to occur. So I do see some value in it. The challenge I have is, I think we mentioned, this was alluded to earlier, it feels like this is a little bit ahead of the process. We are planning to have more of a discussion of a whole of our commissions, and I would say, since I was mayor in 2018, I've been wanting to work on sustainability, and I know when Mariko was mayor in 2021, we talked about wanting to get a sustainability commission. We still can't get a sustainability commission, right? So, and the reason was, there just really isn't staff bandwidth for that. So now all of a sudden there's staff bandwidth for this, it seems, but we haven't talked through the whole picture of commissions. So I would go to staff sort of with the question here, why do we think we're able to add this commission now when we've had trouble in the past? And, are they, maybe it's going to be more of a sacrifice that staff's going to have to work harder or something. So how are you going to accommodate this? And maybe address my other concern about, the other commissions that I think we weren't trying to necessarily add commissions, but change or roll some things together into commissions. And it feels like we haven't had that discussion, and now we're being asked to just go do this one, and I don't know how it fits into the whole.
It's a great question, and I think the important thing is that we will have the conversation about commissions. Council specifically asked, how might we realign our commission structure to reflect the strategic priorities? The notion of a sustainability commission, I know, is something that's actually very exciting to staff, because there are people here who studied sustainability and environmental issues in college and are eager to put their education to work here for the town of Los Gatos. So there's definitely interest in pursuing some of these other ideas that do align with our strategic priorities. When we do bring the discussion of our commissions, I think it's going to be important for us to recognize the value that all of our residents are providing for our existing commissions. And maybe the conversation is there a way that we can repurpose or maybe restructure some of our commissions so that they address the broad range of more modern issues? And when I think, this is just by way of example, but when I think of our Parks Commission and the importance of open space to reducing greenhouse gases and planting trees and all those great environmental things that our Parks Commission really cares about, it seems, well, there may be some logic of, do we expand the scope of our Parks Commission so that it's parks and sustainability, and we, as we do future recruitments, we might look for other skill sets to add on. But I think there will be, certainly increasing the scope of a commission, probably means that commission would need to start meeting monthly instead of every other month. And that has staffing implications and workload implications. So I think that those are conversations that we do need to have. I think it's going to be hard for us, I think, to say goodbye to any of our existing commissions. Quite frankly, that's just my personal observation. But council may say, certain things have kind of gone through their cycle, and now maybe we have nonprofits doing this work, or others that maybe we don't need a town commission to do it. With respect to the town manager's office, town clerk, and town attorney, we are supporting several commissions currently, including our finance commission, our policy committee, our community health and senior services. Town manager's office has taken on the new strategic priorities of our senior roadmap and our unhoused residents. We're all doing work, and I think we can realign who the liaisons are for those different committees and commissions, so that way not one person within our respective offices is overly burdened. Like, the goal would be that each person would have one commission to be the liaison and not multiple ones. And the great example is our policy committee. We really almost overstaff the policy committee. And so I think we can probably realign, I think the town attorney and I have to be at the policy committee to support the group. But we can definitely, I think, realign some of our resources. We are close to being at capacity, quite honestly. But I think given some of the other strategic priorities, this is something that I think we're willing to try. And we made it very clear to the working group, and you'll see it reflected in the report that the consultant said that, this is going to be subject to staff capacity and to council direction. So you'll be able to direct the work of this new commission should you decide to seat it.
Vice Mayor, I saw your hand up, and then Councilmember Hughes.
Sure, I'll go ahead. So I had the same concerns as Councilmember Rennie, and that was how would staff redistribute an increased workload without risking employee turnover, which we've had an issue with in the past year or two. So I think I heard you say that an option would be repurposing our existing commissions, that we can incorporate the comments of the speakers that I think broke a lot of our hearts, and incorporate our DEI efforts within our existing commissions, which also is something that we've been doing since we made DEI a strategic priority. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Well, I think it's important to separate staff turnover due to retirements versus workload. So that's really a separate issue. So one of the things that we're thinking of is, the town clerk, as an example, comes to all the policy committee meetings, and she does the minutes for the policy committee. So she could become the liaison to the policy committee, which would then free up Holly to become the liaison for the new commission if council decides to establish it. So it gives a professional development opportunity to a staff member who has tremendous capacity and growth potential within our office. And quite frankly, creating professional development opportunities is a retention strategy.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the work that the community group has done. And as a member of the council who has faced discrimination on the basis of my religion, and my family has faced discrimination on the basis of their race, these are things that I understand from my own lived experience, and it is limited, but I also leads me to the conclusion that the town would be healthier and stronger with more diversity, diversity of race, diversity of religion, diversity of economic status, among all the others. And so I am in favor of tangible actions that can help achieve that. And that's where I still need to come up to speed, because my first experience in reading the JEDI plan is that it included few tangible actions. We just talked about a couple tonight, some of which I didn't even see in there. The community garden. The community garden is an amazing opportunity for inclusion and diversity, in that it will allow people who cannot afford and do not have a backyard garden, and because of their economic status, to participate in that activity, and for folks to across age groups to have more interaction with folks across the community. I heard about bystander intervention training tonight that I thought was a very tangible idea. And I've heard a couple of others, the community calendar. I'm still trying to understand that, but there are nuggets in here. But as the plan is currently proposed, I am really looking for those tangible actions and to be able to say, okay, we have a commission that can go work on these tangible actions, just like the Planning Commission works on approving developments, just like the Parks Commission works on changes to our parks. And so I feel that the creation of the commission has to go hand in hand with the work that has to be done. And, unfortunately, yes, there is a work plan attached here, but we're not voting on that work plan tonight, I don't believe. We're just voting on the commission, and those are things that the commission may consider. I'd like to have this much more tied to the tangible work that has to get done. And so, I'm looking forward to forming a commission. I'm looking forward to its scope being well-defined and its membership being effective toward the end that we're trying to reach, so that this kind of discrimination that I've personally seen and I know others have seen can be turned around and we can have a better community. So I'm not sure where that goes in terms of the proposal that's in front of us tonight, but my reaction is that we have quite a bit to do in terms of defining tangible actions that can take place. There are other intangible things, right? And some of those are important, but a lot of those are drawn from the analogy of a corporation or an institution where everyone is a member, whereas a town, people are free to have the opinions that they have and express their opinions that would never be permitted in a corporate environment and would be toxic. So I think we need to distinguish between those elements of the JEDI plan that are more suited to the confines of an organization or institution from those that are more suited to the community that we have here. Just some comments on that, and I'm not sure where we go on the commission.
Okay, I think we have 5 minutes. I'm going to just make a couple comments, and it sounds like we may be into another meeting after this. I mean, the top DEI was adopted as a town priority, as a council priority. It's 2 years later. We talk about wanting action, and one of the ways we'll implement those actions is by having a commission. And this commission, committee, board, whatever we're going to call it, would be members that we, the town council, select, and that recruitment could start happening once we complete the enabling resolution, whether we do it at this meeting or another. But before that committee is formed, we'll have gone through the plan because we'll be doing that. So I don't see that we have to have the full instruction for what that committee is before we decide that we actually want the committee. I think, in my mind, we say, look, this was a top recommendation. We do want this committee. And then we work through the plan and decide what that committee will be working on. I mean, I think promoting positive norms in our community, looking at the calendar, looking at our events, how do we enhance our events, what other events do we hold? Because right now a lot of this work is happening either by some of the staff or by the chamber or by another group. And I think having a committee in town that is a town committee where it has a home and where it can interface with the entire community and look at how to make Los Gatos more welcoming, how to expand the events we already have that feel to be more inclusive. I just think it can promote that. Even they can look at how to make our playgrounds more inclusive or whatever. We talk annually to each commission, committee, and board about what their work plans are. And so by enabling this committee, it's not saying we know what the work plan is. And I do think, next meeting when we talk about our different commissions, we can talk about, if we can't create a standalone sustainability commission, I did think that the pairing with parks would be ideal. In the past, we had a transportation and parking commission. We created a bike and pedestrian advisory committee, and then a couple of years later realized that it's all transportation and, sunsetted both of them and created a complete streets commission, complete streets and mobility. So there are a lot of flexibility we have moving forward, and however this commission or committee is formed, it can be changed over the years. But I think we need a start. I think having a study, having a group of people come together and meet for over a year, having all of the staff time that went into that and our consultants, and then to say, well, we're not really sure, let's keep waiting. I think the way we're going to get tangible results is to form this committee. So I was hoping we could take that step tonight. Also, we're at 12:20, so I'm going to need a motion to continue. Councilmember Moore.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting until 12:40. I think we can finish this. I think we have all of the public commenters here. I think we can get this done tonight.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Hughes.
Second.
Okay, 12:40. Let's get it done. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have to call the question. I should not assume anything. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we go to 12:40. Councilmember Moore.
I was just going to say I agree with everything you just said. I think you stated that very articulately. I'll just restate that we have heard from our community members that this is how we get started. This commission is how we get started on creating those tangibles, and I think our community members are going to have even more tangibles. I think that I believe in this commission, and I believe in all of the people that have put their hearts and souls into this commission to make this work and make it into what I think I've heard a lot of consensus here tonight about, what we want to see out of this. And then the other thing I'll say on the timing, if we don't approve this commission in, at this meeting or one soon, we will not be able to recruit for it this year. So we will have to wait an entire year to recruit next December to do a robust recruitment process for this commission. And so I think that it is crucial that we get this commission established now. And then it also allows that the Jedi plan is going to be done in, the coming months. And that allows this commission to, just like it allows the commission to have something to immediately sink its teeth into and immediately begin work on. And I really think we're all going to be really impressed with the work that this commission does.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. Look, I'm not arguing that we shouldn't have a commission or that we shouldn't get started, but just question for staff. Is there any reason why we couldn't do a recruitment anytime we wanted to?
Well, we are about to start the fall recruitment. Wendy Wood is on the Zoom, so if she wants to raise her hand to talk about some of the logistics. We don't typically, whenever we have new commissions, we typically do them with a fall recruitment. It's if council needs more time to consider this, we could do an accelerated, we could get the rest of our recruitments going for the fall. And then if council at a later meeting decides in October, for example, now we're ready to consider the enabling resolution, can we do a quick recruitment? I suspect we may have, I don't know if we'll have 15 applicants for all of the seats, but I suspect we'll have a pretty good response. So even an accelerated recruitment, would be possible. A spring recruitment is another option, but it is kind of off cycle for the rest for that. And it's just, it would be different for us. So I don't know if either our deputy clerk or town clerk wish to weigh in. It looks like Wendy has some experience and has some comments about our recruitment process. Go ahead, Wendy.
Hi, thank you for the question. Yes, we typically do the recruitment in the fall, and then that entails doing the notices in the newspaper along with social media postings. So we typically try to do a very robust recruitment and list the interview dates on all the applications. And since it requires the full council to vote on each candidate, it's more time consuming to try to find another date. It's, challenging with the meetings that we have to find a special meeting date. So we already have a special meeting date set for the recruitment currently. However, if it's the council's pleasure, we can do a separate recruitment. I think it would be beneficial to incorporate it as one larger recruitment because you're getting more publicity on those items. But again, it would be at the pleasure of council.
Thank you. I want to add, I think it's really important to do this recruitment at the same time because my experience is sometimes there's commissioners that maybe want to apply for another commission. So if we had commissioners on one commission that apply to this, then you end up with this whole staggered broken commission thing. I think all at once, then if we've got a large number of commissioners applying to the Planning Commission and all the other commissions and some people on those commissions want to apply, or oftentimes there's commissioners that want to apply to more than one commission and then they give us their preference. And that would be precluded by not having this in cycle. I really think it's very important to have this on cycle with the other commissions. Councilmember Hughes.
Look, I'm not advocating that we, that we postpone this. I'm simply saying that there are options. We have exercised those for other committees and commissions when we needed to, and it may be more cumbersome, but there are ways to deal with it. I would be more able to support this at this time with a couple of refinements that I wanted to put out there. One of them is that in establishing it, we come back quickly with a revised work plan that focuses on the tangible items. The other item that I would be much more comfortable with is understanding, because that will translate into the cost and the budget impact and the staff impact of what the work is. It isn't just the liaison, it's the actual action items that are entailed, and I think we need to get our arms around that very quickly. The other two concerns that I have that I could get over if we could make some progress on is the name of the commission. Honestly, when I read it the first time, it sounded like a college activist group from the 70s, and I was in college in the 70s, and not a commission that was focused on work or achieving certain goals. And I think that there is value in the words that are used, and I think diversity, equity, and inclusion are words that really convey the work that we need to do, and that is well accepted in other communities and in a business and corporate environment where this kind of work has had a lot of benefit. And so I think it would remove some of the confusion. I know there's some enthusiasm for the name that's been proposed, but I think it would be more productive to have a name that is simpler and closer. And you know, the word justice in the original Jedi troubled me because we do not have a judicial branch of government here. And again, finding tangible actions that we could take in that arena would be quite difficult without having a judiciary here. So,
right. I think we'll have a discussion about the name. There's
okay,
other people.
So
and
those
what
are
other
some thoughts.
Anything else after the name?
The other one is the size. I really
okay, the
think
composition and the size.
I would suggest no more than 7 members. I think we could accomplish the diversity and that they be residents as required for other commissions. Okay,
so we have some issues to discuss. Councilmember Moore.
Okay, so with that input in mind, I'm ready to make a motion. Unless anybody else wants to weigh in, but I think we can do a motion. So I move to adopt an enabling resolution, attachment 1, to establish an equity commission entitled the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, direct its recruitment with the annual fall commission recruitment, bring back a revised work plan once the commission has had time to work through the work plan as an established commission, come back to council with associated costs. And my motion is not going to include altering the membership, except that I think the congregation leader the wording for me says one Town of Los Gatos faith leader who leads a congregation in Los Gatos. And so that's my motion. And I think that the membership is really, really, really important. I think that that is one of the key things that the work group worked on. And I think, you know, another piece that if anybody wants to second this, that can be a friendly amendment or something, can be that if we have trouble recruiting, we come back and revisit this. We revisit the enabling resolution to look at that membership. But I think this membership is one of the very clear recommendations from the group, and I think it's very much worth listening to them on this one. And if it ends up being a flop, we can reassess, and I think that's totally fine. But that is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I have a question for staff. I'm not seconding it yet.
Okay, do we need the second first, or do we need... okay. Are you going to second it based on...
No.
Okay, I'll second it, and then we can go to discussion. Vice Mayor, or question.
I just need some clarification on what Council Moore just said about if it's a flop, we just dissolve it. How easy is it to get rid of a commission or a committee?
That was not the intention of my motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
the intention of my motion is to and I apologize, that was not articulate language. If the recruitment is not robust, if we don't fill all of the slots, if there's particular slots that are particularly challenging to recruit, then town staff will bring the enabling resolution back to the town council to look at changing the membership.
To answer your question also, it is easier than some of the other commissions because the other commissions were formed by ordinance, and so that would require a code amendment. And this is a resolution, so it would be one council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Hughes.
I would just like to discuss the membership portion of this because I'm very, very uncomfortable with supporting a commission that's more than double the size of any other commission that we have. And having served on some of them, you know, when you get over 5, it gets to be quite difficult. And it's difficult on recruitment, but it's also difficult for staff, and it's also, frankly, you end up with people who are sitting there who are not really involved. And I would like to maybe just refine the thought about where we could work with a 7-member commission, one youth commissioner, 1 arts, 1 general plan, 1 community health and senior services commissioner, because I think we need the integration with these other commissions, and 3 members of the community that could include business owners, faith leaders, nonprofits, community members, and again, I think the residency is absolutely key, because while we could consider other things, other ideas, we were elected to serve the residents of Los Gatos, and I think that you could have made the same argument for the Community Health and Senior Services Commission or parks or others, that we could benefit from outside ideas and outside pushes, but there's a reason why there's a residency requirement, and it applies to all except for the Youth Commission, which has some exceptions based on what school they go to.
Okay, I will say that I would have a problem with only 7 people. We do have the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Housing Element Advisory Board, or whatever it's called, that are about this size. And I think for something this big, maybe the first year, we see how it goes. We don't know how the recruitment will go, but I think if we're going to be prescriptive and say that there's going to be a commission, someone from this commission, someone from that commission, my experience with being on the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which started out with 3 members from different other commissions and then 4 residents, is the 4 residents were very engaged, and the commissioners, it was their extra commission to do. And there's never a guarantee on a sitting commission that there will always be someone that wants to be on that other commission. So I would not be in favor at all of having almost half this commission comprised of people coming from other commissions. I would really like to start out with the 15, which came out of this work, and then revisit it, see how it's working. Maybe after it gets going in a year, we say that they say it's too unwieldy, or we can't fill it, and we reevaluate it. But I'm feeling very strongly that I do not want to chop the number down from the start. Councilmember Rennie.
Maybe there's a compromise in there. I'm a little bit worried about the 15 size also, but I'm also a little worried about the suggestion from Mr. Hughes about the 7 and the particular composition, for the same reason that the mayor just mentioned. By the time we start sticking somebody from all our commissions, which are mostly all white people, we don't get the people on this that have the perspective that we're trying to get, right? So we need to have more people that have the experiences that I don't have and can advise on, kind of thing. So I think that doesn't work. If we want to, maybe we compromise and we go with 9 or we want odd numbers, 9 or 11 members, and maybe we don't make it a general plan committee member. That committee doesn't meet that often anyway. I kind of question in my mind why we were putting that one there. Arts and culture is probably good. I know we have a general plan that we have to implement, but I still feel like you're probably better off with, if you got to get rid of one, that's one to get rid of. And there's some value to integrating with the Community Health and the Arts and Culture Commission, but I would want to have enough members from our community that have more of a diversity of experiences.
That's actually a good point, because otherwise we're limited to people that are already on commissions that have been appointed. Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Hughes.
Agreed. And Councilmember Rennie, one of the folks that you called out was Dominic, who's sitting in our audience, who is a non-town resident who clearly contributes to our community. He works in this community and is clearly adding value. I would be willing to take off, and we can do that. I think we can go down to 13, or if we really want to, 11. But if we wanted to go down to 13, we could just take we could subtract 2 out of the 5 Town of Los Gatos residents, which brings us down to 13. Or if you wanted to go down to 11, you could strike the general plan committee person, 1 of the 2 Town of Los Gatos business owners or employees who may or may not reside, and 2 Town of Los Gatos residents.
I do think that if we have town employees on there or people that work in Los Gatos, I would waive the residency, assuming they're employed in town. I don't know how that works if they change jobs. Councilmember Hughes?
Point of order before we're 2 minutes from 12:40.
My goodness. All right. I move for 10 more minutes. How about 5? No, 10 minutes.
10.
Second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. That's it. Let's do it. Councilmember Hughes.
So do town employees serve on other commissions?
The intent is not town employees. It was employees people who work in Los Gatos.
Right. Like shop owners, or I misspoke when I said town employees. I meant people that work in Los Gatos.
Yeah, so I have to say I'm not persuaded by the argument about non-residents, because that same argument could apply to our Senior Services Commission. In fact, there were reasons why we wanted some people, but we're not able to include them even on our committee. And so I'm sorry, on the commission. And so there are responsibilities, and I really have a hard time with non-residents. I think that relaxing the specificity, and certainly that we could drop the general plan committee member. I think that would be helpful, and would give us more flexibility in trying to find the right members. But the difference between the business owner and resident and the business owner employees who may not, I really think that we should just keep it to folks who can contribute and understand the community.
Okay, I think where we're at right now is, and are we okay with the name? Let's do something easy. So the recommendation was DEI. I was thinking,
it is 12:40.
Oh, and we made a motion to go 10 more minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's it. I was thinking a unity commission. What I was thinking of is everybody loved, under Michael Wasserman when he was mayor, we had community unity, and that was sort of sticking in my head. I was thinking the community unity commission, but I'm not going to get stuck on the name, although Tusk keeps making me think of Fleetwood Mac.
I like Councilmember Hughes' suggestion of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that does encompass, and it's the same language we've been using. I was kind of leaning towards equity, but I think diversity, equity, and inclusion is probably good. I'm going to make a motion to modify my motion to strike the general plan member, strike 1 of the 2 Town of Los Gatos business owners or employees who may or may not reside in Los Gatos, and 2 of the 5 Town of Los Gatos residents, for a total commission membership of 11 members.
Does that include residency?
It with no residency requirement, that people do not have to, that just those exact modifications on the proposed language in the memo. I think that for me, the allowing people who do not live in Los Gatos on this commission is crucial for me, because as we saw from the speakers this evening, and for the very different perspectives that we get from people who work in the town who cannot afford to live in the town.
Okay, so in that way, it would be similar to the Youth Commission, where if you go to school in Los Gatos but don't live in Los Gatos, but those positions would be people that work here. All right, with that, I will second the motion. Councilmember Hughes.
Just to clarify, so that would be people who work in Los Gatos but don't live here would be permitted, or is it just anyone who doesn't live Is the residency off the table?
No, what my proposal is exactly how it is in the staff report. So it's that may or may not. They can live in Los Gatos and be a faith leader or a business owner or a employee. It's for these specific categories. So for those specific categories, keeping them as they were recommended. Is that not clear?
Well, do they have to have a role or a job or assignment in Los Gatos?
Yeah, that's how it's in here. So the faith leader, so one Town of Los Gatos faith leader who leads a congregation, one Town of Los Gatos business owner or employees who may or may not reside in the Town of Los Gatos. They work for the town. They're the same with the nonprofit. They're a one Town of Los Gatos nonprofit employee who may or may not reside in Los Gatos. These are people that work in Los Gatos to contribute to the Los Gatos community, but they don't reside in Los Gatos.
If I could just point out that there may be something problematic with that, and that people change jobs a lot faster than they get a commission appointment. So I think enforcing that and keeping that up is a bit of a challenge. I'd be interested to hear.
Right.
I think that's something that's totally navigable. If someone changes jobs, they can report to staff that they've changed jobs and that they no longer qualify for the commission. And I think that's perfectly navigable.
Same way that an absence policy knocks you off a commission, or most commissions. All right, I don't know. I think I understand we're getting into the weeds. I would like to get this off to a first start, and I have no doubt that either we can make tweaks as we work through the plan, or after we see what the recruitment does and what the composition looks like, we can revisit it in 6 months. Because I don't know who we'll be getting. Councilmember Hughes and Councilmember Rennie.
Just a question for staff. Is staff comfortable in verifying people's employment and their role as a congregation leader or something like that?
Yes, we have to do something similar for our finance commission. So we would create a tailored application for the new commission.
Okay.
Councilmember Rennie.
I was just going to say, I think we're at a good point, particularly, if we want to get a faith leader, they may, there's not that many faith leaders, and they may not live in Los Gatos, and the one that does may not want to be on our commission. So it does make sense to make some provision for them not living in Los Gatos. And there is something to be said for getting people that work in Los Gatos that want to be part of the community, but can't most likely afford to live here, because that seems to be part of the work, is figuring out how can more people that are part of Los Gatos actually reside here. And in order to do that, you may need that type of person involved. So it does seem to make sense to go ahead with that. But we would like to figure out a way to track it so that it's not abused.
Right. I would also say that someone that works in town is part of our community. They may not reside here, but they're part of it. And if someone's a business owner, like I think about, there are people that own businesses here that were involved that maybe have businesses in a couple of towns and would have a perspective on what their customers experience and who they see coming in. Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Do they all have 3-year limits in your motion?
I think it was spelled out.
It's in the. I believe that's
the
that
youth
was what I read
commissioners
in
have
the,
1 year. I think they're not all 3-year. The youth commissioners are replaced each year, I think, as their commission decides, because sometimes a youth commissioner changes. So the youth commission.
Everyone else is 3-year.
Except so how it is in the resolution is that the commissioners are 1-year terms, presumably because those people rotate through the role if they so choose. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, the senior services commissioner, because they may be at the end of their term. So each of those are a year, And typically, I've sat on other committees, that even happens with the housing element and the
Yes.
others, right?
Right.
So
No,
those are annual, but anyone who's appointed at large,
Right.
who doesn't sit on another commission, would be 3-year, right?
Okay.
And then we'll do staggered when we start it.
That makes sense. I wonder if staff could read back the membership part of the motion.
So the membership part of the motion is that it would be a commission of 11 individuals with the removal of the general plan committee member. And then item 2A6, a modification of just one town of Los Gatos business owner or employee who may or may not reside in Los Gatos. Modification to item 7, which is one Los Gatos faith leader who leads a congregation in Los Gatos with no commentary on residency. And then item 9, where it would go to 3 Los Gatos residents. And that brings us to the 11.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And any other comments before I call the
I
question?
just have a question about the motion.
Yes.
So we had an original motion that had other elements, but now I think we're just voting on the amended motion, which is the name, which is the DEI Commission, and then the 11 members as I just described. Is that the totality of the motion, or are all those other elements that you mentioned earlier still part of the motion?
I'm comfortable with them being part of the motion if the seconder is, which were the revised work plan, the cost, and reassessing membership should there be issues.
Okay, and we are scheduled to bring the more work plan discussion to council on October 17th, so that would be before the commission is seated, which is different than what the motion was, which was to wait till after the commission discussed it.
Right. So I think that was trying to get to the heart of what Councilmember Hughes was talking about. I think the idea was for us to still talk about it, and then the commission to talk about it, and then bring it back and make sure we're all in alignment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that clear? I'm good with that. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Actually, assuming staff has that. All right.
So this is an important issue, and we're designing at the dais, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, with the intent that this could be tweaked later. So I don't know what I would be really approving tonight. I think it's a little premature to adopt the resolution without evaluating the full JEDI plan in totality. I'm still not comfortable with the work plan, with the tangible actions. I actually going to need more information, and that would include any metrics for success. And again, I'm just, there's too much that we're doing at this moment. I just feel we're rushing it. And it is an important issue for our whole community.
Okay. With that, I'm calling the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Badami declining. Okay. So I want to make sure staff has this. We have 2 other items, and I'm just going to move those to the next available meeting because we are at the end of our time. Councilmember Hughes, please make it fast.
I request that the update on the housing element be the first item on the next agenda. It was pushed to the same time slot.
Okay.
And there are critical issues that we need to talk about.
Okay, and for everyone that's concerned about the housing element, go to the Housing Element Advisory Board next Thursday, and meeting adjourned.